Hello everyone, my name is Notepad Anon and I write games for fun. So what are we doing today? Well, we're not going to be writing any games today. Today we're going to be going over a few things before we begin. And honest, Notepad, why is this later than usual? Because Notepad didn't wake up in time, and he turned off his alarm in the middle of the night. I don't know what happened, but I had gotten up, I turned my alarm off, and then I went back to bed. A very intelligent move by one Mr. Notepad Anon. From there, I got lunch, so here we are. So, what are we talking about today? Today we're going to be talking about franchise games. What's a franchise game at its absolute bare minimum? Oh, if I could fucking cough my lung up. A franchise game at its core is a game based on a franchise. I know this isn't really that, intense to think about, but you see this in quite a few different worlds. It's Alien branded, Alien TRPG is an example. The Dune RPG is an example. Pretty much, we've been seeing over the past couple of years a influx of TRPG tie-in products, because that's what they are, they're tie-in products, for a expanding franchise, if that makes sense. Now, TRPGs and franchises actually go back a long-ass way. Some of you may know Dallas, the television role-playing game. Let me find role-playing game. You might know about Dallas, the television role-playing game, arguably one of the first, if not the first, not one of the first games to, the second licensed role-playing game. This gets a little bit weird because there's some accusations around. Some say, hey, it's Star Trek, Adventure Gaming on the Final Frontier, 1978. We're going to actually go over a game today that's claiming to be the first one. But it's been kind of part of the... We'll say it's been part of the world. It's been part of our little sphere for a very, very long time. And in recent years, we've been seeing more and more and more companies base their entire industry around it. We'll use something like Free League, for example. Free League games, if we look at what they actually do, if we look at Free League Publishing, I say, okay, let's look. Alien, they do not own. Mutant Year Zero, they do not own. Tales from the Loop, they do not own. The Walking Dead universe, they do not own. Let's see. Lord of the Rings, they do not own. Blade Runner, they do not own. The Electric State, they technically don't own. The One Ring, obviously, they do not own. And, Crusader Kings, Tales from the Loop, Mutant Year Zero. Then you have companies such as Modiphius. What about Modiphius? Well, Modiphius has also based a lot of its, business around these things. Dune, Fallout, Star Trek, Dishonored, Homeworld, Infinity, John Carter of Mars. Or, as you see now, Heroes of Might and Magic. You kind of see, there's a lot of these games that people tend to want. And again, these are extremely popular. They've been the death of many companies, but that's kind of the nature of the beast. I think franchise games are a really good indication of what's popular at the time. People want to play something that they know about. Hey everybody, I love Marvel movies. Well, have no fear. You can now play the Marvel Multiverse tabletop role-playing game Extravaganza. Hey, I love Dune. Well, there's the Dune dungeon. There's the Dune TRPG. Alright, this is a thing that exists now, and that I can indulge in that. You do get some more understated ones, we'll see. Sometimes they are something small, sometimes they are something a little bit strange, because there also is a very large idea of the concept of fan works in the industry sphere. if we do the unofficial unofficial Elder Scrolls TRPG, the USC, TRPG right here, this is completely unofficial. This is not, anything. This is a 5e supplement for the Elder Scrolls. Why is that important? Because it's something that people want to see. People want to play games and franchises they know. Because the thing is with a lot of franchise games, and I think this kind of throws people off a lot, is that a franchise game has a very innate advantage, which is called the buy-in. Do you know what Marvel is? Cool, you know who Spider-Man is, you know who the Avengers are, therefore, you've already bought in, and we just need to teach you. Now, the, kind of the traditional game is there's a little bit more buy-in, there's a little bit more teach, there's a little bit more enjoying. That's kind of the idea. If you want to play D&D and you have someone who has no idea what D&D is, it's hard. You want to play your very obscure tabletop role-playing game, great. That's a lot of buy-in. Franchise games, again, don't have that buy-in. It's just the teach and just the enjoy. And I think that comes as a fairly important part of why people always clamor for these games. People are always like, oh man, I want the Fallout TRPG. I want the latest. What's the hit game? What's the hit game on Steam? Using the world's greatest role-playing game. Yeah, get used to that. You'll learn it. So I've opened Steam up. I'm gonna see what's hot today. What's top sellers? The Elder Scrolls. Claire Obscure Expedition 33. I give it probably 2-3 months. Now, if I want to be I give it 2-3 months before you see the Claire Obscure Expedition 33 TRPG or whatever get posted on fucking Reddit. Like, I don't give it that long because people would like to people say, hey, I like this franchise, I like this world, I want to explore it more. Cool. And I think there's a lot of potential when it comes to TRPGs in general, and when it comes to expanding out franchises. That sounds extremely corporate and awful and literally the worst thing ever, proposed by another human being. However, it's true. Hey, everyone likes Avatar: The Last Airbender, right? What if you could play an Avatar: The Last Airbender? But Notepad, there's already a TRPG for Avatar. Yeah, but it's bad. Because that kind of leads into my second point, which is you already have the buy-in, but people up... You already have the buy-in. You already say, hey gamers, I want to play my, my game or whatever. I want to play Avatar: The Last Airbender. And you're going to have a lot of companies who go out of their way to, enable you, because they don't need to make a good game. Also, for those curious, I'm unfurling some wires, so if I sound about 5 miles away, understand that it's wires. Gotta love them. What is a franchise game? A miserable pile of I clapped when I saw it. Unfortunately, yes. Because you don't have that buy-in. Because you have the lack of buy-in. Pretty much means that people are not going to buy the game, off of the game. You are instead buying the game because franchise. Now, back in the day, during the WEG era, West End Games, these games were allowed to be a little bit weird, were allowed to be a little bit stranger. But times change. And now you have Avatar: The Last Airbender, which is a budget PBTA game. Literally that... And it's funny because no one seems to remember this game anytime I mention it. People never seem to remember it. And I never have encountered a single person who was like, yay, this game's great and fun and amazing. Never heard a single person say that. Yeah, like, it's actually very fascinating how little people actually talk about this game. And there's a couple reasons. You can make a couple arguments of why people don't talk about this game really at all. You can make a couple arguments of like why people keep making these. As we see here, Avatar, the Root RPG, Fallen London RPG, this is not just a one-off thing, we'll say. I think we're going to continue seeing franchise games. I think we're going to learn to appreciate them more. Trust me, I'll never run out of... In theory, GURPS is the best franchise game of all time. Yes, Girl Genius. We love Girl Genius here in this household, right, everybody? But today we're going to be going over a few of these franchise games. A few of them that are a little bit stranger than the usual assortment we talk about. Because usually when I talk about franchise games, I try to go in with usually a theme. Or something that's that brings out the thunking. The thunkerinos. And that's why we ended up going over such marvelous games. I said, load up. This book is 8,000 megabytes, by the way. So it is a very large game, and because it's a very large game, yeah, there we go. The Cowboy Bebop TRPG, which is not very good at all. In fact, it's actually terrible. Or how you end up with the My Little Pony role-playing game from Renegade. Or there's an entire franchise now, the Essence 20 role-playing system, built around the premise of just making Hasbro franchise games that are kind of like D&D, but not. So, I'm sorry everybody, I don't know about you, but I think we might have to play the My Little Pony role-playing game together. No. Whole series is just a one-man crusade. Maybe. But, okay. We're not talking about that game, obviously. What games are we talking about? Well, we're talking about some interesting ones, we'll call it. Weird ones, even. The first game is The Pirates of Darkwater, the role-playing game. Remember what I said about people liking to make their own games? Get ready for two of those today. We've got Thief, the role-playing game. Another fan work, yes, with a little bit of a story there. We've got, starting from a long-ass time ago, by the way, Flash Gordon and the Warriors of Mongo. And you might be thinking, wow, Notepad, this looks really old. And the answer is, yes, welcome to 1977. We have, as well, do not worry, the Hercules and Xena role-playing game. Yes, the Hercules, the Legendary Journeys, and Xena Warrior Princess tabletop role-playing game extravaganza. And finally, we of course have the most important game ever, Warriors adventure game. You know, the Warrior Cats. Clamp at home. We got a couple games today. Do we have any that we want to start on? Pretty much the main two ways we can do this case is either small to large or large to small. Because I think all of them have some... The largest game out of here is the Hercules and Xena RPG. See, counter, immediately countering one another. This is very. We've got one vote for both. Those cats books. Yes. We got 1 for 1. Draco, what are you feeling like we should do? Oh. All right, of course. To celebrate horse racing today, I decided to bring out my favorite. I decided I decided to bring out my favorite Tiger Ball. Hi, Manly. Hello, Horse Manly. Truly, my art piece. I realize this is highly delayed. Yeah, a little bit. That was I meant to do this last week. Things fell through last week. And because things fell through last week, I'm like, okay, I'm gonna do it this week. Meant to do it earlier today. I woke up late. I mean, the stream is delayed. It shouldn't be delayed. That's a worrisome statement. Why do you say these things? Let's see. Yeah, it's not no delay. What a strange world we live in. But you know what we're gonna do? We will let's start with some small games, because we can go through more small games at once. So I think we know where that has to start. And I think it's, let me bring up, I want to go from PNG to PDF because I need to convert all of the character sheets to the correct character sheets. Hello, Corfian, Mr. Cunningham, where... Yeah, okay, so let me just redo this real fast. Yoopsie doopsie. You would think that I would have these things handled, but I don't, because I am a fool. I'm a silly clown. I'm a little bit of a goofster, one might even say. Are you a little bit of a... Are you a goofster for me, too? There we go. There's Mary. We wonder, like, where the hell did Mary go? So, the first game we're going to be covering today is not a large game by any stretch of the imagination, but I want to kind of set the tone a little bit. Welcome to the Pirates of Darkwater. Yes, everyone, the Pirates of Darkwater. Now, why is the Pirates of Darkwater such an interesting thing to muse about? Because this RPG has actually been in my radar for years at this point. People bring it up every now and again talking about franchises and things. So, if we were to go to Pirates of Darkwater, this was an actual television show in the early 90s by Hanna-Barbera. Yes, this was a Hanna-Barbera property. The Pirates of Darkwater. And it was about Prince Ren and his crew of misfits as they try to find the sacred treasures of the world to stop the end of the world by dark water. Let me bring up. I'm going to now get the stream copyright claimed. Because Pirates of Darkwater. There were only 2 seasons. It never finished. However, if we classic 90s. 90s cartoon. Now, mind you, this was also one of the most expensive cartoons of the era. Very expensive, very difficult to acquire, to actually make. And that's why I got kind of canned a lot earlier. A lot more frames per second than a vast majority of other cartoons of the era. And you might be thinking, wow, this looks like the Conan Adventures story. To a degree. But yeah. Saturday morning cartoons at their finest. But who made this game? Well, the guy who made this game is named Vincent Diakuw. And this game came out in 2002. Now, yes, Vincent Diakuw in 2002. It's a weird thing to think about that this game came out 23 years ago. Because that's how you gotta look about that, is you gotta think that is 23 years ago. That this game can vote. But who is Vincent? Who is Vincent Diakuw? Because he's got to be somebody, correct? He's got to be somewhere out there in this beautiful, mysterious world of ours. Well, give you the truth of the matter here a little bit. Vincent is nothing like I couldn't find much about him, though he did design quite a few different games back in the day. The Reverse RPG, Moonfire, MCB, Legends of the Dark Wheel, IG Rated G, Adventures in Space, and his final one was Adventures in Delving in 2004. Could I find anything about him? No. I know for a fact that he exists. At one point, he did, in fact, exist. Could I find anything else about him? No. I know for that things are here. I know that there is a thing called Moonfire. I know the Reverse RPG is here, but kind of like trying to find anything else about him was more of a art form, we'll say. I know he had some influence on the concept and on Rises. That was one of his big things. Back in 2004, this is Dungeonatica. Now, this is literally a Rises hack by Mr. Diakuw. And I'm like, alright. I couldn't find anything else really about him. He is a... Once you realize he kind of got more into Rises, it makes a little bit more sense. But yeah, you kind of see... This is like the extent of some information you end up with on the Role-Playing Games wiki back in 2004. So yeah, this is the guy who wrote this game. Who this guy is? No idea. This might be Vincent Diakuw. It might not. I do not know. It's hard to tell with some of these older games, because things weren't as recorded, you could say. But let's get into it. We know this is based off a show from the 90s, published in the very early 2000s. This is important. A racist hack? What does that mean? Ugh. Now, the idea behind good old, Pirates of Darkwater here. Rises. Yes, Rises. A racist hack of Rises. No. But yeah, this is Pirates of Darkwater. So you gotta think, this is about a decade after the show aired and ended, is when this came out. To put a little bit of perspective on time, the actual show aired in 1991. And in 2002, Pirates of Darkwater TRPG came out. And you always, again, you have to remember, this is early internet. This is early internet in its finest. This was a document uploaded to a website that took you probably 5 minutes to download. This is real early stuff. We are now in 2024, which is the time between, actually, 2025, I should say, current year. Now, it has been longer between our current time and when the TRPG came out than when the TRPG came out of the old cartoon. I feel old every time I do one of these cases, by the way. It hurts me. But always the quest. It kind of goes over a lot of things, and talking about the thing, and yes, we do have crunchy screenshots. Yeah, this is a good old-fashioned, very, crunchy screenshot. What is a tabletop role-playing game? What is a character? Rolling the dice. Pirates of Darkwater only uses 6-sided die, and all you need to do is roll above a 4. Most of the time, you're going to be rolling 1 dice. Yep, you will be rolling 1 die to accomplish any action of your choice. I am going to say, roll! And I got a 3, and that's a fail. I say, roll! I got a 4! I know, first time. That would be a success. Anytime something dangerous goes on, you're going to be rolling that. Must test against insight. Takes 1 die and rolls 5s. It tells Molly to test Prince Ren's daring. Rolls a 2. Oops! She now must describe failure. Effectively, when you succeed at a check, you are getting effectively the narrative authority to say, well, this is what happens. If you fail, you say you have the narrative authority to say, how do you fuck up? Now, you might get a bonus of +1. You might have a penalty of -1. Now, yeah, you never modify a roll more than 1 point. This seems like a weird thing, but this is like a significant advantage. This is a significant disadvantage. And you're like, ah, I see. Yeah, if Prince Ren were hunting for the boy in the market and had used his charm attribute to get 2 city guards to help him, he would get a +1. If you roll a 0 or less, you lose quest points. Quest points are very important. If you raise it to 7, you gain a quest point. Get ready for quest points. So, if you have any quest points, you can actually end up spending these. You add an extra d6. Cool. 2 quest points to roll 3 dice. This is effectively meaning that you have a much higher chance of succeeding, and also a higher chance of getting a quest points back if you have an advantage. So if you're using the highest ranked attribute, roll 6 on the die, you gain... you gain a 6 on the die. Roll 7, you get that. At the end of the session, you also get a few quest points, depending on what you are. Now, I'm going to use this to explain it. I need to bring out my character. Now, I have a Cameron here. Hello, everyone say hello to Cameron. Cameron, if you notice, has daring, vitality, charm, and insight, but where are the numbers? Well, fun fact about this, the game has no attribute modifiers. The fact that my skills are organized like that, daring is above vitality, above charm, above insight, means that I am more daring than anything else versus being charming. If you roll a 6 while being daring, Cameron would end up getting a quest point, meaning that he can roll more dice to get advantages. That's kind of the basics here. We made some character sheets today, this time, for better or for worse. Excuse me. If you're using your lowest ranked attribute, and you roll a 1, you lose quest points. You roll a 0, you lose quest points. If you die, you restore quest points to life. You restore it to life by spending all your remaining quest points. If you ever die, if you go down, as long as you have quest points, you don't actually die. You can, as you can kind of see, pennies or poker chips. And yes, I did mess up that rule because I fucked it up the first time as well. If you spend quest points, you can't get quest points. What's opposed rolls? Well, sometimes we have to go against someone. So, what happens when we do this? We make an arm wrestling match, we do something. Both people roll vitality until, against one another. Whoever shows the highest wins. Cool. If there is a tie, I roll a 4, you roll a 4. Whoever has the highest ranked attribute wins. He's ranked higher than Eon's. James will just have an arm wrestling match and go that way. So, for example, I am rolling against you. I have vitality 2, you have vitality 1. I roll a 3, you roll a 6. You beat me. You win. That is your thing. You are stronger than me, and so you wouldn't beat me there. But let's say I roll a 3 and you roll a 3, you would still win because your vitality is ranked higher than Cameron's. But if it was the other way around, I would win. Nothing too complicated there. Yes, also, PDF Factory trial version. Go to pdffactory.com. Good evening, Thundercats TRPG. What prompt? Yeah, no Pirates of Dark Water. Though this could be adapted pretty easily. So, this is probably one of the weakest parts of the game. I'm not gonna lie to anyone here. Choose a character from the show, or you can create a character that fits in the realm of Darkwater. You place them in order. Choose a talent or create one. Choose a gift or create one. Choose a complication or create one. And then everyone starts with 1 quest point. So, that's pretty much it. Anytime you end up doing anything, you roll a 1d6, and that's it. What result do you get? If you have an advantage, you get a +1. You don't, you lose a -1. Easy. That is literally the entire game. That is it. That is the entire sequence of play. Now, one thing about it is that they go out of their way to try to explain, like, okay, what kind of characters would they have? This isn't really anything. This is important. All of this is not actual, like, mechanical things. This is, what's your background? Well, I'm one of these things. Oh, okay, where are you from? Well, I'm from Jundatown, I'm from Octopon, I'm from Pandawa, or I can make up my own. There are hundreds of kingdoms, and the kingdoms on Mer. Because, yeah, I have to remember, Pirates of Darkwater is also on an alien planet. Yeah, it's, yeah, no, don't forget that. Pirates of Darkwater is like, yeah, no, this is on an alien planet now, haha. So, you need a name. Now, Cameron was a very exciting name, because I'm like, I need something that sounds slightly wrong. We've got our various attributes. Of course, when designing a character, you list 4 attributes. So, vitality is a measure of power and toughness. Feats of strength, like bashing down doors or lifting heavy iron gates. There's also an ability to resist forces that act on the character's body. Use vitality to resist sleeping gas. Swim through icy water. Maintain vigil through the night. List Ren, Ayaz, and Tula in order from highest to vitality lowest. Does this list look like something like this one? Yeah, they use the 3 main characters from the show as the example characters, effectively, and arguably the only characters. Insight is intelligence plus perception and creativity. It's a lot of different things at once. Daring is speed, grace, precision, all that stuff. Of course, Ren is that, and of course, charm is the social magnetism. As we can tell, Tula is just the smartest and the most charming of everyone. However, let's be honest, everybody. We all know that Ren, our resident gay porn star, is the best. It was an early 90s Hanna-Barbera television show. It was one of the most expensive animated shows at the time. It had 2 seasons, and they ended it because it was too expensive. Yep, 91. It was Hanna-Barbera, yep. You gotta remember, Hanna-Barbera made more than just the Flintstones. You know, it's like, everyone kind of remembers kind of Hanna-Barbera and things like that. You know, like, you got the classic cartoons and stuff. But, like, people tend to forget, like, no, they were an actual, like, animation studio, and they would do weird shit like that. Every now and again. You know, again, I gotta show the people. You know, the people demand to know. 1991. It says 1 season, but technically there were 2, but they're 2 very short seasons. Yeah. Right there. This is the, all I'm saying is that this is somebody's thing, being like, oh yeah, again, of course, we did have the action figures. What would we do without the Hanna-Barbera action figures? And the most evil-looking man ever. And how can we forget various characters like the horrifying monkey goblins? They're just very scary. Yeah, that's their fucking pirate ship, by the way. I want the Wraith is a pretty baller pirate ship. I'm not gonna lie, it looks pretty baller. It's yeah, you want to go to the Pirates of Darkwater wiki. Here's Ren. Ren. He's friends with the monkey bird Niddler. Do you wanna play Niddler, everyone? I know I like Niddler. Or maybe Tula's more of your exotic brown women, you know, as we all know. Or you just have Eoz, who's just a 30-year-old man with these 2 17-year-olds, but dislikes women. Yeah, it's very fascinating, because in any other world, I think this man would be a fucking villain, but he is actually a main character. And, of course, we've got, Bloth. This man, this hunk of flesh right here, did this man inspire at least one person's, you know, bara fetish? Possibly. I am not going to deny this reality. The quintessential ugly bastard. Yeah, he is literally the ultimate fat ugly bastard. Like, there's at least something out there, but let's open you up. But now we can play, but we understand what we're working with here. However, talents are skills and aptitude that give a character a bonus. Each talent is +1. Now, these are all of the talents in the game. Yeah, no, these are all of the talents. Yeah. So, Cameron just took the talent of seafaring because he understands how to do seafaring, or the gifts as special properties that give them advantage under certain situations. Reputation. You might have to make a charm test to know people. Oh, you know fucking magic. Yeah, if you cast 2 or more spells today, if you failed vitality, the spell works, but your character becomes very tired and must rest for at least a day. You know people. That's it. Have no fear. Yes, you can know people. You can have a reputation or cast fucking magic. Then you have complications. You have to have a complication. They don't really do much. However, let's say for example, again, Cameron has the vengeful trait. Therefore, anytime something happens, he's gotta avenge himself, or he takes a -1 on things, because you are going to have to make that note, if that makes sense. You are going to have to define all these if you want to play this. So here's the character sheet. Again, here's Ren, our yeah, again, Prince Ren. And as you can see, treasure the rule. He takes his father's role as leader with pride. Yeah, that's his gay porn dad. Again, it happens like that sometimes. Of course, we've got Niddler. Now, you can play Niddler if you want. So if someone says, hey, it's me, I want to play Niddler, someone can play Niddler. If I just like saying the name, by the way. Here's Eoz. Again, Eoz fading into the darkness. And then Tula, who has magic, because she's an ecomancer. Yep. A druid-like magician who draws on the living planet of Myr. Tame beasts. Sense energies. And then we have, technically, this is not intended for story time, meant for the guide character, main antagonist. Yes, Bloth is playable, technically, so if one of you really wants to be a fat, ugly bastard, no one can stop you. Of course, you can also play his second-in-command, who does not have an image. Or Kronk, who is just a peg-legged pirate. Or Zuli, you know, Zuli! Zuli, no. Luckily, he's got his friend Zuli! Holy dooly! So here are the other gifts, like being able to escape bonds, being able to fly, jumping or climbing, having lucky pockets, or having monstrous vitality. Then other complications. Cowardly, you're dependent on someone. You have a horrible appearance. You're just fucking small. Little talents that you might, you're very good at fighting. How to get into character. Ooh. Whimsy cards. You want to put in some whimsy cards? Yeah, this is Lion Rampart came out with whimsy cards. He just decided to put whimsy cards in from a game from 20 years ago from making it, now 40 years ago. And yes, he does, I'll have you know, he does actually cite all his sources. Let's see, does ecomancer.net exist still? Oh no, everybody, I don't believe. Ecomancer.net. Now, I want the world to know, we're going to now look at the oldest Pirates of Darkwater I did not see this. This is cited in the game, so it's. I don't think any of us have seen this with the animals. All right, let me. Yeah, Appendix 4. If we look at so getting into character, basing your character on an animal is an easy and fun way to move from the idea of this character's you in a funny suit. James V. West says it's about wearing a mask. Animals have an innocent and natural manner that is easy to understand. Children are drawn to animals for that reason. Yeah, his role-playing game, The Questing Beast, is a model for brave new storytelling. I encourage you to check it out. Yes, he just links it. Again, I love it. Effectively, what you're supposed to do is choose a animal that you embody. So if you embody a fox, that means you should be sly, sleek, mystic, witty, tasteful, have some manners, but be very sensual. But if you're a jackal, you're cunning, you're humorous, insane, fearful, wicked, and you're magical stuff. That's all that it is. It is literally like, yeah, if you want to get into character, this is how you do it. Let's see. Yeah, random order creations does not exist anymore, technically. So, yeah, this is the, you wanted to learn about techware? Yeah, I think they lost the website and then proceeded to get to the 1 die penalty to game where you have 1 die. Yes. It's very This was 2002, Draco. You have to remember that. This is 2002. And 2002 is a different place. It's a different time. Has made it there. Yes, there are multiple Bionicle TRPGs. Is Red Comet? No. Where is the Matanui? Where are the fucking? What's the Bionicle TTRPG? There was a Red Star Games. Yeah, Red Star Games has a very extensive one, by the way. Dorai Nui. Yes, Dorai Nui is a very unique game. I covered this game eons ago, though, yes, you can play nearly everything in this game. We're not talking about that game, though, so bad. So, I want to learn about the world book of how to play attribute chart. This a... what? What the time tree was all but forgotten. Let's see, Nilla grabbed Ren. Hundreds of unique races, individual strength. This following section, unique ability chart. Like, wait a second, is this? Yeah, role playing by Lee S. Agosta. I didn't know this existed, by the way. I want people to remember that. I have just discovered this. Huh. Yeah, this is Pirates of Darkwater. Start with the FAQ. The D&D RPG World Book. So this isn't official. So yeah, this isn't official, obviously. Because Hanna-Barbera wouldn't ever approve that. And why would it be role-playing game, art, cartography? Digital copy created by Samitha Parada. Wait, Lee S. Agasta. Okay, we're on a quest, everybody. Sorry, you thought this was going to be a small one. No, Oh. Here's a complete Pirates AD&D RPG adventure from Mind Games. Huh. Interesting. Because anytime I talked about like the Pirates of Darkwater TRPG, to give you an idea, this never came up. It would always be the version that we saw. This is what, when people would talk to me about it, this is what would come up. Even though this game came out after. Looks like this was an official one, too. Was it official? It looks official. Pirates of Darkwater 1994. I guess so. This is an actual full book that came out in 94, 3 years after the game came out. Lee Agasta, why have I heard that name before? Why have I heard that name? Wishing Tree Games. Let's see. Was it Wishing? No. Why have I heard? TTRPG. It's just that. This Lee Agasta. Interesting. Yeah, because this came out, I could see where things got weird. So Bush. Have you ever just looked at something and been vaguely confused by it? I think this is it. This is one I'm being vaguely confused about. I did not see this. You know what we're going to do is we are going to save all of this. And I guess at another franchise case time, we'll go over the real Pirates of Darkwater tabletop role-playing game. Everyone. Yeah. I think it just got confused because they share the same name. They share the same name. This is on the fan site. Because yeah, this is Smitha. But this is why it gets a little bit confusing, because this is Smitha. Because Smitha's there, they are the one. This is literally Pirates of Darkwater.net UX designer. Pirates of Darkwater fans, please join our Discord. What do you fucking mean? I didn't know this existed. Oh. You know what? Smitha, shine on, Crazy Diamond. You've got You know what? She's still on the hustle. I can respect it. I told you this was somebody's autism. I mean, I'm... okay. The Moped went looking for copper and found gold, truly. This is what happens with this, is that I go down a rabbit hole, and then I find something, and I get confused by it. But, like, is this game good by Diakuw? Not really. It's a very simple game for kids, but I think... The fuck you mean, probably? Yeah, it's a micro niche. We have stumbled upon something we did not intend to. And because we've stumbled upon something we were not meant to, we are seeing things from a completely different angle. Welcome to the wonderful world of tabletop role-playing game design, queens. Now with that one game out of the way, I have no idea how I'm going to even word that. Like, yeah, sorry, we accidentally discovered a completely different game. Now let's talk about another game. The only other unofficial game in this one. Welcome to Thief. Tetrahedron. Now, what is Thief? Thief is a role-playing game, as you can kind of see here, but it's really not. We go over here. Okay, goodbye, darkwater.net. Jesus Christ almighty. Now, Thief, if we know, Thief is an old game from the early 2000s. Or, well, late 90s, I should say, 1998. But this is a kind of a classic everything. Thief is one of those games that's kind of cemented its place as one of the greats. It has an intriguing setting, intriguing story. Garrett is a unique character and everyone likes. And it is a unique experience. So obviously people are going to try to create a Thief TRPG at one point or another. Now, you may be wondering, Notepad. Notepad. What about Blades in the Dark? Well, yeah. I'm not gonna lie about there. Oh god, I'm clicking all the wrong buttons. Tiny. There we go. Okay. Resize my body there a bit. But yeah, Thief is kind of a landmark in stealth games in general. It is one of the very few that does exactly what it does and kind of doesn't give a fuck about anyone else's perspective on it. And yes, it did come in the Tetrahedron. Garrett, though, is a thief. He is a solo RPG character. Well, he is a solo character. He's not really an RPG game unless you go with Horace's definition of playing a character that has on a computer. I'm going to make fun of you, Horace, for this forever. I want you to remember that. But what is this game? What is the Thief RPG? Thief TRPG? Well, no, that's not a thing. As you can kind of see here, like, yeah, this isn't... like, that's not TTRPG, not Blades in the Dark. Like, Thief without journaling concepts. The Leverage RPG is... people sucking the cock of Blades in the Dark. The Dishonored RPG. Thief never got a real TRPG. However, we did end up getting a game by a man named Andrew Shields. Okay, not you, the other Andrew Shields. Now, this is Mr. Shields right here, Andrew Shields. You kind of also see that he does fiction. There's pagans and there's Hammerites, there's the keepers. Garrett actually keeps involved with the keep. keeps getting involved to be keeper, but Garrett doesn't like responsibility, so keeps stealing people's silver spoons. Garrett is such a unique character because he just doesn't give a fuck. He's just accidentally that he keeps getting dragged into plots. And then 2014 happens, and we don't talk about 2014, but this is Mr. Shields. He wrote this game back in the day. If we go all the way back, we going back in time a little bit, you know, you and me and everyone else. You kind of see, it doesn't really mention it at all, but you may be seeing something a little odd. You see right here, Blades in the Dark. And I was like, okay, that's a little bit curious. I wanted to look up more about this guy. And you see right here, Thief the Dark Project RPG. Yeah, here's a free thief based on the old school hack. Yes, so this is, as you can kind of see, this is the Thief TRPG made by a guy named Andrew Shields, who does things called the fictive hack. This is his game, the fictive hack based on... Also, you might be looking at things here, but we're going to ignore that for now. The idea of the fictive hack is, hey, it is his variation of a classic OSR shit brew hack. It's technically based on the old school hack, but it's very different as well. Very, very different. So, we've gotten this far. What's the... What are we working here? Or what's all this? What do we do? Well, here's the secret. There's nothing there except when you realize, hey, this guy did a lot of things with Forged in the Dark. Mostly, if we want to be very specific about things, Mr. Shields is very... How do I want to word this nicely? This is Shields Up Publishing. This is his actual website. Copper and we'll click on Copper and Salt, Axes and Anvils, Heist to the Dark, Mirror and Bone. Yeah, this guy writes books. He writes Blades in the Dark novels, is what I'm trying to get across here. He writes Blades in the Dark novels. He's a very large fan of Blades in the Dark. Not too surprising there at the slightest. Here it is. This is all the books. Looks like he can't. Also looks like he does. He also misput his thing in. He misput his thing in. But yeah, he writes books. This is his main publishing firm. Is this, and he does Heist in the Dark. Draw cards for Blades in the Dark stuff. I always get interested in things like this. This came out right before Blades in the Dark, because I believe Blades in the Dark RPG, let me see, it came out in 2017. So this is 5 years before Blades in the Dark came out, that this guy decided to write his autism of the Thief role-playing game. So, Axes and Anvils. Ever heard of this game? Probably not. I haven't. Let's learn a little bit. Can this man write a Thief RPG? And I'm going to tell you now. Is the Thief RPG the ancestor of Blades in the Dark? It's hard to tell. That's why it makes it so fascinating. It's very difficult to tell. So, we're going to need some help. I brought in Mary. I brought in all our things here. So, let's get into it a little bit. Now, talk about, creator of the old school hack, Looking Glass Studios, my wife, Christy. Now, he kind of talks about what's the story, and I'm going to tell you this now. This game is less a Thief TRPG and more a in the world of Thief. I think that's one very important thing. We do use D10s in this game. And now we're going to start talking about awesome points. So we're gonna have a little bit of a kumbaya scenario between you and me. This game uses the term awesome a lot. Is it emotionally painful? Yes. It is very, very emotionally painful to say awesome a lot. Awesome is one of those words that I have drifted from saying or using because I dislike the word. So, intended playstyle is low prep, improv, reactive, cinematic, and fast paced. These are all buzzwords that we love to hear. Based on the kind of game players and DM want, how to reward each other for that style. Yeah. Awesome points. So, basically, he kind of shills himself a little bit. Don't worry about this too much. So, the Thief games are single player, best suited for stealth. Most role-playing games involve groups. Here's some ideas about how to do it in a Thief game world with a group. Noble politics, fight the faction, strange balance, detective, crime pays. What about the end of Thief 3? Remember, this is right when Thief 3 was kind of like Thief 3 and then like Thief 4 was getting announced. 2014. Yeah, it's jump ahead a century, glyphs have resurfaced. You can jump back in time a century, Sue. You can jump geographically. Put inspired on your game and you take your favorite parts. Technically, you can play just one player. Give more for character sketches, backstory, bringing snacks or whatever you wanted preparing. Cool. So, we want to make a character. Now, because we have to choose templates, I didn't end up doing that because we're playing a thief, obviously. Our template is thief because we're not a little coward playing a thief game where we are not a thief. Though we will quickly learn that this is kind of a meme. So, we need to roll attributes. How do we get an attribute? We roll 1d10. Now, you don't get too much. So positive attributes give characters advantages. All right, more awareness is extra languages. Brawn is plus load. Charm, cunning, and daring for these three. For backgrounds, or commitment for an optional code of honor. Graphic design is our passion now. So this is the attribute chart. 3 to 5 is 0, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10 is a plus 5. Now, if we go to Mary, Mary did not roll very well. Yes, he rolled a -1 for his brawn. This is probably the worst thing that can happen. I'm not going to lie to you. I'm not going to try to beat around the metaphorical bush. But but yes, rolling stats can be pretty mean in some regards. Again, if you're thinking that this is our average is going to end up around here. However, if we want to be really specific, you will probably end up with a -2 because fuck you. Now, as you can kind of see, brawn, all these things are very important, but then you choose a starting talent. Now, let's play a game here. What do you think you get from this? Now, you can get a new talent each time you level up. You get vulnerable. Your starting character only has 1 wound. Talent from the past, or with 1 talent and fight as toughs, 2d10 base. Or 1 talent and an occupational talent and fight like minions. Those choosing to take an occupational talent and fight like minions get this talent. So, to give you a little bit of an idea, which is a little bit complicated and not very fun, you have two options when you choose to make a character. Option 1. Option A, fight normally +1 talent. That's all you get. Or you can do option B, fight worse +2 talents. That is the differentiation, what it's trying to say. It's very confusing how it's wording it. But effectively, because Mary is trained as a criminal, he only fights like a minion. He gets 1d10 to hit, but can gang up, but he doesn't get any arena advantages. That's what he does. He is not a fighter. What's your motive for adventuring? Hey, what are your benefits? Extra advantages, languages, musical skills, art skills. Yes, you can get musical skills and arts, as well as a code of conduct. But a code of conduct doesn't do too much. A little bit weird. So, what happens if you have a code of honor? Effectively, if your commitment is higher, if your commitment is high, what you end up doing is you have a belief system or a code of honor. If you do that, though, you're effectively maintaining a each point of belief system is called, or code of honor adds another +1 to a commitment roll when resisting temptation or violations of that belief system. What this means is, if you have a code of honor, you get a bonus to your commitment roll. However, if you violate it, you don't get any bonuses. They get no bonus to commitment tests of any kind. It's like, oh, you want to be the Hammer Faith? Rebuked out both, chaos and wilderness. Effectively, because I have 0 commitment, I can't pick up a code of honor right away. And because I can't pick up a code of honor, I can't get a bonus to my commitment unless I feel like it later on. Hey, that sounds a little confusing. Yes, I know. Don't worry about it. Fighting a thief is a death sentence. Even in this game it is. I'm not gonna lie. Not gonna lie one fucking bit. If you are fighting in this game, you're probably losing, if that makes sense. So, you add together all of your basic attributes here. If you have positive you get to background points. Now, there aren't many backgrounds. This did lead to Mary with +4 cunning, +4 daring, and +3 awareness to get a lot of different points. I get a bunch of free shit. I know many people. I have various contacts and some extra cash, which didn't turn out to be a lot. Now, of course, I also chose a dark secret because Notepad wanted extra AP. Yeah, so these are effectively all your background points, if that makes sense. If you have a +2 in something, in theory, you could have a authority position. Hey, for 3 points, you can be famous across the entire city. Yeah, its costs here are a little bit wonky, including being independently wealthy right away. Yeah, don't think about that too much. I try not to. Now, you do have the option, no less. Yet you do have the options to take on more adventuring motives, depending on what you are. Yes, you can play this game as just a bunch of criminals. Alternatively, you can just fuck around as a bunch of hammers doing things. So, if you choose a dark secret, you get 6 starting awesome points. That means you get 6 bonus points to do things with. You like awesome points. I like awesome points. If you get this, you have a problem that you have to deal with now. Some of these are very large. Others of these are not. So we've managed to get through that. A rich thief, like the Thomas Crown affair. Yeah, like you can just be fabulously wealthy and like not even be a thief. You're just a dude. So you do end up getting some basic starting equipment. This is very important because all of this doesn't really mean anything, and there's a very specific reason why. Everyone starts with different amount of coins. He uses base 10. Everyone gets some signature items. Now, weapons are really broken down to the idea of being a light, reach, heavy, or very heavy weapon. Now, these don't really matter what they are. All it matters is what it is. So a light weapon could be anything. However, a light weapon will always be a light weapon versus a very heavy weapon, which can be a gigantic sword. It could be a giant tree branch. Doesn't matter. It's just a heavy weapon. Now, you also get a bow weapon, which are longbows, crossbows, which all do the exact same thing. However, if you have a quiver, it counts as encumbrance. You can get ranged throw weapons. You can get light weapons, which less than 4 don't count, or count as a weapon for encumbrance. And of course, if you have ranged only less than 20 don't count, a group of 20 count as a weapon. So, effectively, every weapon after the first 2 counts as +1 load. Heavy weapons count as 1 load, very heavy count as 2. Now, if I go down to Mary here, and I look at my items here, as you see, I have a small bludgeon, which is light. I have 3 light throwing knives and light armor. This is all I can technically wear. You may be saying, Notepad, what do you mean this is all you can technically wear? Well, I also have a crossbow, technically, that doesn't do anything. The situation is here, you have a number of load equal to 1 plus your brawn. I have a -1 brawn, meaning that I am over-encumbered if I have 1 load. Yes. Yes, if you have... Yeah, you have light or medium armor. Take a shield if you want. Yes, if you have a backpack, it counts as a load. I can't actually wear a backpack because it would load me down. Yes, I am unable to actually use the loaded backpack because my character is made out of noodles. Mary is made out of noodles, so it's So how does this game approach stealth as a puzzle mechanic, like in Thief? Well, that's the funny place, Chonkers. It doesn't. It just doesn't. It is never actually... They just say wing it. I'm not fucking with you. So yeah, effectively when it comes to melee weapons, you only have a few pieces of damage, nothing very big. However, as you can kind of see here, all of them do something. You get a bonus in certain arenas. Hey, if I am in a hazardous location, I get a bonus. I get a bonus when I am using a reach weapon. If I'm in a tight space, I get a bonus if I'm using a light weapon, and so on and so forth. Reload rate, how many to shoot. Now, we can get some very light shields, so you can sacrifice it to get a little bit of reduced down to 1 wound. Beat someone with a shield, or use it to cover yourself. Now, if you have a parrying weapon, what you do, you have a -1d10 to your attack roll. However, you get a +2 to hit, -2 for the foe to hit, or a +1 wound to the attack. Once per round. That's if you elect it to be a parrying weapon. Or you end up making it an unarmed combat in which you just beat the shit out of people. Now, anytime I have making an attack against you, technically what I'm doing is I'm making a d10 roll. Normally, it's going to be a 1d10, 2d10, or 3d10 roll, depending on how you are trained. As I am just a mob, I am a normal dude, effectively. I'm going to roll 1d10 normally if I use any weapon. So let's say, for example, I'm wearing light armor. I roll a 4. I miss. Oh no. Let's say, for example, though, let's say I'm rolling normal. Let's say I roll 2d10. I'm going to roll 2d10. I roll a 13. I do full damage to you if you're wearing no armor. If you're wearing light, full damage. Medium, you lose -1 wound. Heavy, -2. Super heavy, -3 wounds. However, it's a lot more expensive, and you lose cunning. Light armor is usually the best, but you do get awesome points for fighting with no armor on. Now, this is what I mean. Yeah, 1 load counts as being encumbered. You get very low brawn. Technically, yes, my bones are made of glass, and I cannot carry anything. I cannot even carry children. I am that small. Yeah, we've got, like, yeah, very, very basic stuff there. When it comes to enchanted gear, they talk about, oh, here's enchanted gear. You want a noisemaker arrow, rope vine arrows, water arrows. These are actually difficult to use because they cost a lot. As you see, they are 75 Gs. Mary has 18, and that's after taking extra cash, so you aren't getting these right away, or at all in some places. However, if you're kind of looking here, you're effectively buying whatever. All he ended up doing was taking what was available in the shops in Thief and just saying that's it. Like, that's what you end up with, very little else. And I'm like, you could have done what you were trying to do, you could do more. The guard will pick you up like a kitten. Hey, I'll have you know, Mary's a good man. He's just working as a snitch. Oh, he's just a little bit of a snitch. Now, you do get a template. Now, this template is effectively who you are and what you do. There's a lot of these. We're going to go over some of the ones that I thought were interesting. So we'll do with Assassin first. Now, as an Assassin, you get an inherent ability called Silent Death. If you are undetected, you can make a target dead by rolling 1d10. Difficulty, targets wound +1 per level of armor. Otherwise, the target's not injured and you are now aware of you. Awesome points cannot be spent on this roll. Take a focus action to use this in combat. Now, interesting thing to note about being this is, yes, this is an insta-kill move, because you're an assassin, and that's your thing. Everyone does get 1 talent right off the bat, though. And you kind of see how these are broken up. You know, this is constant, this is, constant, this is an arena, so you can only do it once per fight, or you can only do it, very certain things. However, you get to choose one of these, but over half of your talents have to be from your core thing, but you can pick up other talents outside of it. So if I want to be an assassin, but later on take out the custom fletching or the compensation, talents, I can do that. I just need to learn how to do it. I don't hate the system. I think it's interesting enough. Let me see if we can find some, So, I want to be a cleric. A rare holy champion who furthers the builder's power through mortal service. Channel divine energy through a holy symbol. You can inflict 1 wound, heal 1 wound, or 1 point of charge per commitment. Change per commitment of the cleric. Yes, if you want to have blessings, holy water, inspiring the faithful, that's there. Let me see, we can do, yes, fighter. You're good at hitting things, of course. Let me see, yes, you do have the ability to play a keeper if you wish. Yes, you can play a keeper. They have an entire thing about the idea of glyphs. So if you want to be able to do glyph stuff, it's all right here. You want to be a knight? Yep, it's right here. You want to play a necromancer? It's right here. It's necromancer. Yes, you can be horrible. You can be a noble. A prostitute. Luckily, you can play a prostitute if you so wish. A scholar, a scout, shaman. I chose to be a thief. Now, why would I want to play a thief in a thief game? Well, I don't know. So, every time I steal from an unwitting host target, I get an awesome point. If you score big, every 100 gold is another awesome point. Working with a group, you get awesome points for your share. Effectively, you just get better things by virtue of stealing shit. Yeah. You've got all of these abilities. Yes, you can choose super cutting if you want. A tumbler. A wizard if you so wish. So, quite a few of these. A cleric or a thief. What's with this? But yeah, you can technically play any of these things. If you want to play a bunch of nobles and completely ignore the main thoroughfare of the thief games, you can. For some reason. Why? I do not know, but you can. Now, this does lead to the idea of character advancement. If you spend 12 awesome points, you end up getting a level. Now, that's a weird thing to think about, but if I spend my good boy points, I get to level up faster. At level 1, cool, but every time I level up, I get something more. So, gain a new talent when they gain a level. So we get a new talent from my template, or I can go for another template. Now, you can wait, you can kind of get some training, get some training background prepared, cool. So, characters gain +1 to an attribute, alright, Now, the thing is, you have a default number of extra languages equal to your awareness. So, hey, you can choose to learn a new language instead of taking a +1. I don't know why you would, because languages aren't that important, and there aren't that many, and they don't really double down to them. But you can also choose to learn how to play a musical instrument or be skilled in other artistic expression. What this means? No fucking clue. They don't talk about it ever again after this. Decided to open new talent. If you don't want to, you can raise another character's attribute by 1. Yeah, but you can both surrender your talent and your attribute to get +1 wound. Now, what does this mean? That means you increase your wounds from 1 to 2. Doesn't seem very big, but combat is very dangerous. Now, one problem is Mary cannot pick that up until he has 1 brawn. Yes, he needs 1 brawn. He needs to be level 3 minimum to pick up the ability to actually get tougher. Before that, he just falls over. because his bones are made of glass. So, they're kind of talking about like, oh, these are the really explicit. These are like some more difficult to like how you want to end up doing this. If you want to do a base talent, it's easy enough to understand. Open talents mean that you need to have you effectively need to have someone teach it to you. Restricted ones say, hey, the DM has to agree. And then exclusive talents are you cannot do it unless this is in the base character template or you are a spellcaster. But you probably can. Now, frequency of use, hey, it's always on. It's only once per battle. Yeah, only exhaustive the enter use is successful. This talent can be recharged same arena by spending 1 awesome point. Or hey, if it's rested, hey, that means you have to recharge it. Sometimes it's free action, sometimes it's a phase focused action, sometimes it takes a lot longer. Now, you can take up some more special ones, but don't think about it too much. Now, you can get improved talents. What does improving in talent mean? It means taking a talent and doing something more with it. Upgrade the time frame. Add +1 damage. Add +1 to hit. Add +2 to an attribute roll. Reduce awesome cost by 1, or increase the speed. What does this mean? It means that you can edit your own abilities to do something more impressive. This is fun. This is fine. Now, you can upgrade more than once, but you can only do it once. You can only upgrade the time frame once. You can't go from rested to constant. You can't, add +1. You can't add +2 wounds or something. You have to do it one by one. However, if we go down to occupational talents, these are the special ones. Now, the idea is that everyone has different jobs and all contribute to the well-being of the community, quote unquote. You choose to fight like a minion, otherwise known as you suck at your job, and you get one of these, or you fight like a normal person and you don't get one of these. Now, the entire idea is if anytime you end up doing a basic task, you do it for free. If you have a tricky task, it's +2. For it. Pretty simple stuff. And even difficult tasks, you just keep it, you just roll it raw. As you can kind of see, these are more like, what job do you do? Now, Mary here is a criminal. He is trained in being a criminal, which, in case you're wondering, yes, that is legitimately a job description. You go on LinkedIn. You go to LinkedIn, you search up criminal, you apply. It's a whole, hey, that's my career 2 to 3 years. Yeah, I know. It's just like you can, if you really truly wish to be the indoor fish farmer if you want. Some of these seem, if you want to play a Garrett-like character, you are probably taking criminal as that, and you fight like a minion. You fight like a little asshole, because you're not really that good. Later on, you can develop how to fight normally, but you're not really good at fighting at all. Now, if you manage to get an attribute to 5 or above, you can take a master talent. These are really very important, if that makes sense. So let's say, for example, now we're going on cunning. As cunning, I can take alternate identities, make up to alternate personas per your cunning attribute. Yeah, so you could just have different personas. Hey, all locks count as 1 difficulty less. Long reach. You attack in hand-to-hand as though armed with a reach weapon. or high daring, counterattack, or +1 wound when counterattack. Count coup. Yes, Count coup. Inspire, be unarmored. Yes, honed reflexes while allowing a daring test to get out of the way. Yes, you can get some bonuses here by virtue of being high level in things. Get better, get more things. Cool, fine. You can do multiple templates. However, you lose some abilities. You don't have any starting talents. You get both inherent abilities and limitations. However, you can end up buying from either template, but you can't really get anything else, and it's harder for you to level up. What does this mean? I want to be a Tumblr prostitute. That means I can take any of the abilities from Tumblr or prostitute, but it's going to take me a little bit longer to level up in general, so I need to be a little bit more, active there. And because it's a little bit more difficult, because I have access to double the number of abilities, effectively I get half of the options, if that makes sense. It's more difficult. Excuse me, what? Yeah. Sorry, you need at least 5 years of experience to take up this heist? Excuse me, what? Yeah, it's a Tumblr prostitute. Or archer thief, or noble scholar. Yeah, I don't know why it's not 2 templates. My thing would be you can take 2 templates to begin with. However, it's 15 awesome points to level up, and you can't take anything outside of your 2 templates unless you pay effectively a tax on it. That would be my thing. So you have a lot more options to play around with immediately, but that also means that you are also working on things a little bit different. Now, you might end up taking a thing of supernatural interference. Now, this is if you end up taking a supernatural power, or you get the option to do that, it's harder for you to level up. You get access to both templates. However, you can now cast magic. That is a pretty big thing you have to worry about. You can end up changing your base class. It's mostly hey, and it's hey, what's the new template? This is mostly I'm not enjoying playing a thief as much, so I've got 2 levels in thief, I've got 2 levels in this other class. I can end up switching over to the other class. And later on, you can get its inherent ability. Now, what do I talk about when it comes? This is a D&D game. Oof, give me 1 second. Ooh. Okay, feel better. So, whenever an actual fight breaks out, you're actually taking place in arenas. It's effectively a zone system. However, it's a zone system in which can develop more gradually over time, and all that matters is you define the arena type. Is this using somewhat of my system that I developed and I thought I was very original for? Yes. Am I still creative? Of course I am. Now, one of the things is that you can move around pretty actively, if that makes sense. I like the idea here, just like, effectively, if you are using the favored weapon in the location, if it's a narrow corridor, stairs, balconies, or something, it's light. Any light weapon gets a +2 to hit. But hey, I'm in an open area. You have gladiatorial arena in a field. If someone is shooting at me, they get a +2. Why? Because I'm literally in the open. Now, so if you want to do something cool, suggest an arena possibilities next to the arenas the DM notes. Hey, if you want to do something cool, you can say, hey, what if there's an arena that's hazardous here? That's something going on. You're adding an arena to it. Things can change mid-fight, for better or for worse. And, yeah, it doesn't, the arena size, who really cares? Now, these are some circumstances that end up coming up. What's a road like? What's a wall like? What's weather like? What's woods like? It's pretty simple stuff in that regard. But then we get to the main crux of the game, the awesome point economy. I'm going to not beat around the metaphorical bush here. What all the awesome point economy is a stunt token pool. It is a token system that anytime you do a stunt, you get rewarded with an awesome point. Now, people don't want to, the idea is that players reward other players for being awesome, for things that they like. Hey, everyone can get at least 5 awesome points per player, cool. Whenever you are taking points, you're taking them from the stack, from that bowl in the middle. The awesome points controlled directly by the DM used to refill the bowl or reward individual players. Because yes, the DM can get awesome points as well. Out of the bowl, but only the DM can put more awesome points in the bowl. So what does this mean right here? Effectively, the DM feeds the pot. Feeds the pot. Players reward players from the pot. Players, there we go. Basic premise. But what is an awesome thing? What is awesome points? All an awesome point is saying, well, that's kind of cool. What do you think is interesting? You like movie quotes during the game? Award each other awesome points for whipping out a good one. Want comedy? Award points for laughing. Yeah, this is kind of a template, I'd argue. I'm assuming this is a template for the fictive hack, or whatever he wrote. This is a template he used from that is effectively copy and paste. Hence why the GM is always referred to as the DM. It's the dungeon master. Yeah, it's a little bit, yeah. Anytime things that are, if you like what's happening, you end up feeding the bowl. Get more points to people. Figure out a way to give them awesome points. Because awesome points are your currency to level up. Now, you may be wondering, Notepad, doesn't this run into the situation where with a vast majority, where a vast majority of these stunt systems usually end up favoring a handful of players because they're much louder than others? Yes, very much so. Especially here, the awesome point economy really does reward the loud player. Is this common? Is this bad? It kind of depends on how... It depends really on your group. But yeah, it's... What you want to do is... Anytime you can refill the bowl with awesome points. Anytime you make progress. Anytime you make an evil chuckle. Anytime some monsters use certain talents. Hey... Anytime the players are doing something cool, anytime you fuck with players, anytime they do out-of-game contributions, like bring snacks or whatever. How do you spend them? These are always a free action. You're always able to do this immediately. Get a +2. Arena talent. Flexibility. Change what you do in the round. Deal extra damage. Ignore wounds. Recharge arrested talent. Smite fleeing foes. Use a talent you don't have. Recharge arrested talent. And sometimes you can spend these to do things such as, hey, boost the 2-hit, you cannot spend them to boost the 2-hit rule. 2-hit roll. Hey, spends an awesome point to directly affect a character's action. A character's action. Awesome points go back in the bowl. So if you end up blocking damage, let's say I ignore 1 oncoming wound to my NPC, you get 1 point, and 1 point goes in the bowl. Yeah. And it's also your ability to say, hey, remind people of that. Remember, this is how you level up. That's an important thing to note. This is how you level up. You gotta spend these. Now, the idea is when you have to spend your awesome points to do things. And if you spend these points, you get to level up. So you always want more to increase your level, to make sure you can do more things. You do end up with certain characters spiraling. If you have a thespian in your group, they are going to be a higher level than someone who is not. They're going to be a little bit more active, and they're going to be doing things more often. The DM can spend awesome points. I want to not die. Cool. Oh, I want to increase damage by 1. Oh shit. Send in reinforcements. Add more pool. Add more to the pool. Hey, you don't want them to succeed. They make a roll and you make it more difficult, or have an NPC resist them. Everyone gets to, you have to effectively, start, going back and forth with them. Hey. Anytime, certain monsters use an ability, it goes to the bowl. Now, one of the ideas is you can also bribe the DM of awesome points for things to happen. Well, I don't have any of these abilities. Hey, GM, can I pay you 3 awesome points to have the gear I need? Hey, see this arena over here? I'm going to pay you 1. I'll pay you 1 awesome point for it to be a hazardous arena. Kind of thing. Is there any rules for this? No. There is not. So, now we have finally reached combat. We've finally reached how to play the game, arguably. Because every combat has 7 parts to each round. This seems a little bit weird, but I'm going to explain it the best way I can. Anytime at the start of a combat round, you are effectively declaring what you are doing. I'm shooting you. I'm moving. I'm attacking. I'm pushing. I'm defending someone, or something similar to that. Anytime you do that, all that you do is you roll a 1d10. And that's it. Easy enough. Now, what do I mean by that? Let's say we've got our 3 we've got our 3 characters here. Let's say we have Thief A, Thief B, Guard A, and Guard B. Oh no, we're in a fight. Let's say Thief A wants to shoot. Thief B wants to move. Guard A wants to move, and Guard B is actually going to attack. So the order of action that would occur in this particular scenario would be Thief A, because he's shooting. Then it would be a roll-off between Thief B and Guard A. Then it would be Guard B. So let's roll for Thief B and Guard A. Thief B rolled a 1, the Guard rolled an 8. So what would happen is Guard A would go first into the shooting round, then Thief B would go in the shooting round. So what does this actually mean? How does this work? It just resolves an order. Who's defending or protecting others? Cool, that's just what you are electing to do. You know, hey, what is the... No, hey, you can either defend or you can try to protect someone. Cool, and you get a counterattack off them, whoever, when you do that. If you are choosing to do a focus or an impede move, you are effectively saying, I'm just going to wait. If I'm doing something focused, I declare it on 3, and then I have to wait till 7 to be interrupted. This does mean someone can shoot you, and you're saying, hey, if unharmed by 7, it happens. Okay. That's kind of a weird interaction there. If you are trying to impede, that means, like, you cannot move. That is me declaring I am stopping you from moving. So if someone tries to move, cool. Now, if someone impeded you, you can attack them. If you inflict a wound, you can move normally. If trying to impede someone saying I'm going to gamble with you. And it's very difficult. You kind of see, hey, hey, who are you pushing away? What's focused events? Now, if one of the die rolled hit is a face die and it comes up as a 10 plus, you also do +1 wound. Alright, easy enough to understand. Actually, attacking people is just rolling a d10. It's nothing too extravagant. You kind of see, like, okay, like, what do we actually have to do to play the game now? Well, it's one of those weird things where we learn really here what you do. All you do is roll a 1d10. 1d10, add your attribute. That's literally it. Now, mind you, you can break your own. This is very important with physical tasks. Trying to break down a door does snap your arms. Why? Who knows? Hey, pickpocketing is technically a physical task. However, also understand that that's not. Because that's actually a specific thing you need to have to actually pickpocket. That doesn't make any sense. Yes, I know. It's a little weird. Because if you end up getting into combat, getting hit by anything, pretty much, is you have to, and they end up taking a wound. They take 1, maybe they take 2 wounds. If you have 2 wounds, you go to 0 wounds, you're knocked out cold, and you gotta roll a d10. -1 per, your wound there. Beyond the character's maximum. Now, you may be wondering, hey, 1d10 -1 per wound? Yeah, I think it would have to be plus that, but hey, what do I know? Because this does mean, under rules is written, the more horrifically injured you are, the less likely you are to actually end up with a crippling wound. Hey, Notepad, that doesn't make any sense. I know. Yeah, I know. I know it doesn't make any sense with, I think this was supposed to be a +1 per wound. That makes a little bit more sense. But, it's far funnier. It's far, far funnier to remember that you physically cannot die in this game because of how the system is written. Yeah. Yeah, just, yeah, that seems like an oversight that escaped editing. Yeah. Yeah, you're gonna realize that. Now, if you do end up dying, so let's assume, again, we do it rules as interpreted, which is a +1 per wound. Oh no, I'm dying. I get a cool scar. You have to roll under my brawn on a 1d10, or get medical help. You regain consciousness, limp, and manage basic movement. Very difficult to do. After 24 hours, you get back to 1 wound. Yes, I need 24 hours of bed rest to recover myself to full HP, because you start with 1 wound. Now, if you end up getting crippled, very unlikely, you end up having to take a crippling injury. Now, crippling injuries, let's say a 7, for example, I have a head wound, all my charm and commitment gets -2. But as a talent, later on, I can pick up Whisper of the Gods. You may not think like other people do, but you work with it in your own weird brain damage style. Spend an awesome point to ignore penalties for 10 minutes. I do like the concept. I like the concept of being able to, you take a serious injury, what you can do is you can spend a talent to get a method to recover something. Like, hey, if you lose an ear, that means you can get, you can pick up sharp ear and lose the awareness penalty. Hey, if you have a, as long as you have a prosthetic, you end up getting all of your abilities back. That's kind of cool, right? Hey, you fucking have smashed teeth, or you end up in a wheelchair. Yeah, why is... Yeah, so that's kind of the basics of the system, basic idea. A lot of the time is make a roll versus another person, or that. Now, this is the idea of the stealth guidance. Not load the game with rule, but instead offer guidance of handling stealth and fictive hack. Detection ranges. They can detect you from 3 to 5 arenas away. Remember, arenas are variable sizes. How to use awareness. You might need to make an awareness check every now. It boils down to making checks. Yeah, that's kind of a pain to understand. It's sneaking checks. You have to remember. It's cunning versus awareness. That is what you're rolling. But you don't call for rolls unless you absolutely have to. Yeah, it's generally speaking, as long as your cunning is higher than their awareness, no roll is needed. However, you'd feed the bull, give it some points every time you're doing things to fuck with them. Blade in the Dark handles this a lot more elegantly. Yeah. This is the entirety of the stealth guideline, which boils down to, just do some comparing and maybe a dice check or two. Hey, you want to do evasion things? Cool. It's moving around for visibility and transition points and trying to get out of a place because it's a open-ended zone-based system, but also not. Give them better abilities than before. Why would I have a -2 to... now I have -2 to movement. Well, to be honest, if you're looking at this from a thief perspective, then you're probably with a peg leg more than anything. That's one thing you have to remember. That's a peg leg. On the other hand, if you remember that this is not really a thief game, but this is more of a D&D hack turned haphazardly into a thief game, it makes a little bit more sense. So, yeah, burst of speed, obstacles, and things like that. They kind of talk about adding, like, oh, how do I add terror, and how do I make horror rolls, and things like that. You can lose control of your character, but it's like, oh, well, you get action points, you get awesome points for doing it. If you go crazy, that's, when a player role plays the madness for a character in a way that amuses the DM or improves the tone or flavor of the game. Yeah, if the DM calls for the insane character to do something insane, the player resists, and that's fine. The player stays in control, but it costs him 1 awesome point. That does not count toward leveling. Yes, it's early 2000. It's old. It's an older game. Let's just say that very nicely. Let's say it's an older game. Now, a vast majority of the time is that most enemies are minions, normal people, soldiers. You have 1 wound, and that 1 wound, if you lose to it, you roll 1d10 to hit, keeping the highest of 2 to see what mass's 2 hit is instead of counting each roll individually. However, the idea is like fighting a bunch of minions is pretty simple to do if you fight like a normal person. If you fight like a minion, you kind of get overwhelmed very quickly and you die very quickly. You can mow through minions very easily by spending additional awesome points to continue mowing through people. Because yeah, that's what I think of when I think of thief, is mowing through hordes of guards. You know, that way. Now, they're like, oh, here's some actions. Here's some more beastly foes. You want to fight the undead? Animal monsters? Cool. You want to fight, technically you can fight Victoria. Yes, you can fight Victoria if you wish. Here's the conflict generator, the mission generator, and a couple other very basic charts for how to do things. Yeah, they even like, hey, you want to bring it in my own settings? Like, yeah, alright, buddy. Legacy of the Flame Princess. Yeah, that is Lamentations of the Flame Princess. Yes, we are citing Lamentations of the Flame Princess. Oh, yippee. But yeah, if you want to work with Satine, you want to go to other settings other than Thief, you can do that. Is Thief RPG good? No, it is not. It is kind of a bad game, you could even say. Kind of mid. It do be that way sometimes, though. Let's not kid ourselves here. It do be that way. Why are people sending me these things? Why? We can see that it's bad, but why is it bad? Well, there's a couple of things. First things first is let's remove thief from it. Okay? Let's just remove the concept of thief. If you remove thief and all of that, you end up with kind of like a improv theater dungeoneering experience, but none of the dungeoneering aspects, really. You end up in a game where a bunch of people sit around and decide to do something that may or may not be included. If you regard it as a thief game, this is a game where you can mow through a horde of minions. where as Garrett, you can mow through a horde of minions. Yeah, it's something else with Thief as a setting, and I think that was probably it. It was, hey, I like the Thief setting, and I want to adapt my fictive hack to the Thief setting. Here is me writing it. It does not help that it's not laid out very well. There's some clear errors here and there, but hey, that kind of comes with the territory a little bit. Yeah, not great in that regard. Let's not kid ourselves here. Not a great game. Especially when you consider that you can get to the point where your character is unable to do most anything because you rolled poorly on your brawn, and you can't carry anything without literally failing every roll. Because that's what happens if you're over encumbered. You fail every roll. Like, I don't hate the idea of template classes. I don't hate it. It feels like there needs to be more, let's just say that. Especially for the pitch, which is always the most important thing. But now we're getting into the more official stuff, everybody. Yep, 2 hours in, we're getting to the official stuff. Don't worry. Our next one is going to be very, very short. Welcome to Flash Gordon and the Warriors of Mongo. Little bit of a weird game, but we've also talked about this company before. Welcome back to Fantasy Games Unlimited. We've talked about Fantasy Games Unlimited before, but why have we talked about them? So, Fantasy Games Unlimited was a old company. Last time we talked about them was actually with Bushido. Yes, Bushido. Much old, one of the oldest TRPGs in the book. Fantasy Games Unlimited have done quite a few older games. Aftermath, Merc, Psyworld, Swordbearer, Miska Games. Yeah, you want to play Merc and Rhodesia? You want to play the Rhodesia book? You want to play Swordbearer? What's Swordbearer? Reprinted in 1 volume. Yippee! They did Bunnies and Burrows. They've done Freedom Fires, Gangster. They've got a bunch of like weird games. Weird little games that no one really talks about them anymore. They are a smaller company at this point, but they used to be fairly large, hence why they ended up with a very special game franchise called Flash Gordon. Flash Gordon. Flash! Oh, Masters of the Universe! Now, the original comics of Flash Gordon, it was, adventured by King Feature Syndicate. Yep. The original ones, yeah, so Flash Gordon ran as a Sunday comic from 1934 to 2003. Yep. From 2003. As you can see, there are different people doing, originally it was Alex Raymond. But Flash Gordon has some issues when it comes to the history, we'll say. They're still making stuff, by the way. Because Flash Gordon was literally made to compete with Buck Rogers. And people have been wanting to make stuff, like here's the TV show, here's the original, The Greatest Adventures of All, Defenders of Earth, all these original stuff. It was an old one. There was this, a lot of people know Flash Gordon a little bit. Yes, there were even games, including the one we're talking about today, which is Flash Gordon and the Warriors of Mongo, which was published by Fantasy Games Unlimited, and it was the first role-playing game to be based on a pre-existing media property. This is why it claims to be. There's also the Star Trek Adventure, the Star Trek adventure game in 1978. It gets a little bit confusing because they say, hey, this was the first officially licensed TRPG. This claims the first license, hey, first official thing ever, first official, role-playing game based on a pre-existing media property. Now, as we go through Flash Gordon, Forden, and the Warriors of Mongo, a little opinion on Bushido was like 2 or 3 months ago. Yes. Oh. Yes, Flash Gordon, the pinball game, of course. Yeah, so effectively, Flash Gordon and the Warriors of Mongo is a very old game, 1977. It's kind of hard. What do you call this? Because it's very early. It's a very early game. We don't know what the fuck's going on. If we think of like D&D 1E, D&D 1E, it was originally in 74. That's when the original version came out. Advanced D&D, AD&D had just come out. The D&D basic set had just come out when Flash Gordon and the Warriors of fucking Mongo came out. Yeah. Effectively, just as a possible pre-made setting to relieve a referee, Stark's example, Warriors of Mongo, purposes no longer simulate a world, but instead simulate a particular type of story. Which is somewhat true. It's a very weird game. Technically, you can go to the Strong National Museum of Play and see an official version of this. It's interesting. It's not what we would consider to be a regular kind of game. Now, you may be wondering, who made this game? It doesn't really say it. Hey, like, describing the book. Not only system built around specific, it's designed to play out a specific type of story. Fate Ming. So, who actually wrote this game? Well, that also is an interesting little story. Because the main writer, you kind of see here, is Lynn Carter and Scott Bizarre. Or Bizzer. Now, Lynn Carter is someone that, if you know fantasy and a lot of those other things, you might know who Lynn Carter is. Lynn Carter is an American author, otherwise known as Linwood Vrooman Carter. He was a science fiction and fantasy author. Rosalie wrote as Lynn Carter, also H.P. Lovecraft and Grail Unwin. Yes, the big thing is he did, he made a bunch of different books and different stories, unfinished products, careers and editors and things like that. He was a very prominent figure in that. You kind of see all of the books here. You kind of see the Callisto series is his main game, his main setting, to the point of putting himself as a character inside Callisto. Yes, he literally wrote a self-insert. You have the Green Star, all of these different books over here, and they were all we're gonna call it affectionately. He kind of wrote Conan, Conan the Wanderer with Howard. He wrote a bunch of stories with Howard. He wrote a bunch of things all over, kind of thing. Very interesting man. But Lynn Carter was the writer of this book. And kind of looking at this, I was like, okay, well, there's got to be something else about this. They don't talk about it. It's never here. I couldn't find anything about it, but this has to be Lynn Carter. It adds up of when it would be and who was doing it. I think he probably did this as a friend thing. Like, I want to write the Flash Gordon game because I can, more than anything. Which does lead to Scott Bizarre, or Scott Bizzer, where he was just the founder of Fantasy Games Unlimited. Like, that's who he was. Yes. They offering Waterloo Swords as collateral. This massive fraud caused bizarre money as the lawsuits that came from it. Yeah. Yeah. He's not the most, yeah, there you go. The first war game take place in the world of Conan, co-designed with Lynn Carter, who was roommates with Bizarre. Yeah, literally, the two were fucking roommates. One of those weird things that you're just like, why? How the fuck are these two know each other? Well, because they were roommates. Fuck it. Alright. So, what is this game exactly? We're here to play games, right? Yeah, they're St. Petersburg, Florida. And they were roommates. So, how do we play? How do we play this? Well, we kind of learned about, like, okay, hey, let's talk about what Flash Gordon is and all these. Only be Hal Foster's Tarzan, possibly the greatest Prince Valiant Mastery Imagination. Flash, Masters of the Universe. Yes, so we have to stop the evil Emperor Ming. Because Ming is evil. Now, one of the things simplifies the situation to make the game playable without extremes of paperwork necessary in most role-playing games. For those who enjoy full detail of role-playing campaigns, we provide enough detail and flavor to play a backdrop, which can be added simple modifications. This is a very weird game, because it's very light, and it's also designed for possibly 2 to 20 players. Now, when I say 2 to 20 players, you might be a little bit flabbergasted by that, but get into teams of about 4 or 5, and you will be happy. So, you need to get the support of the various forces on Mongo to neutralize Ming. Yes, important sections, player characters, characteristics, how do we do the map, Ming's defensive, network and methods of neutralizing it. Yes. So, we need to learn how to make a... We need to learn how to make a character, and thus we're going to bring in Arthur Cunningham. I said we're going to bring in Arthur Cunningham. Say hello to Arthur Cunningham. This is the only thing where we start with a character sheet. We don't have anything else. So, all we do have the same goal as comic strip heroes, namely to overthrow Ming the Merciless. They have the basic characteristics. So, what do we have to do? Our stats are physical strength and stamina, combat skill, charisma and attractiveness, and scientific aptitude. Now, what we have to do is that we end up saying we roll 3 dice, not 3d6s, 3 average dice, and the numerative value applied to the basic characteristic in question. So it's 3d6 right down the line. Arthur Cunningham rolled pretty well. He's not flawless, but he works. Now, all of these do something. Do they give me extra health? Do they give me extra bonuses? Do I get a +2 to hit? No. That's the secret. Because this is kind of a target number system, but also very weird in handling it. So, let's say we have a choice of a role. What is our role? What are we doing on Mongo? So, effectively, you have 3 roles. The 3 roles are a bonus to your abilities that are kind of natural. So, you can be a warrior, a leader, or a scientist. Physical strength and stamina are useful, however, combat is for warrior, charisma for leaders, and science for scientists. Now, what you end up doing is whatever you get a +1 in it. So if I'm playing a warrior, I get +1 to my combat score. If I'm a scientist, I get a +1 to my science score. Mr. Cunningham rolled a 13 for his charisma attractiveness. Therefore, since he is a leader, he gets +1 there. Go, Mr. Cunningham. Now, if you roll over 12 for physical strength, I did not, you add +1 to combat skill. If you roll under 9, you get to add 1 for scientific aptitude. If you are a little manlet, you actually get bonus to science. Should both combat skill and scientific ability be over 12, you add 1 to charisma attractiveness. Yes, if you are literally smart, handsome, and large, you get bonuses. Have no fear, queens. A science hero, yay! So, each of the players has a specific role to play, advisable to form a group of 2 to 3 adventurers. Effectively, work as a team, you're going to do a lot better. They say about 2, they say about 2 or 3. Generally speaking, about 4 is probably going to make your life a lot easier in a lot of cases. Now, as a group, you want to overthrow Ming and effectively install your own radical political ideology in there. Mongo will be from the ashes, my political ideology will rise from the ashes. And because of that, you might be in competition with the other groups on the map, trying to also build up their power base. You're all freedom fighters, but we all want to stop Ming for our own reasons. So you have the idea of the schematic map, a rough representation of the planet Mongo, where all geographic areas are placed in a series of concentric rings. Now, the idea is, as long as you are trying to advance toward a new Mongo city. You are trying to advance toward the capital and in turn get the support of the Power Men to help you overthrow Ming. This is very difficult. Now, you have to determine that you have to find where in the outer ring you are. So, are you in Phrygia, the Cliff Dwellers, Fiery Desert, Volcano World, Nakwik, or Flame World? So, travel between those will be blocked by some natural barriers. Some curious can consult the normal map of Mongo. Each of the various zones on the schematic are fully explained. Easy enough to move. So, if I go all the way down, this is the map of Mongo. All of us start in the outer ring here. So, let's say we start in Phrygia. Now, in Phrygia, we have the option of either A, going down to the Hawkmen, going across to Flame World, going to the Cliff Dwellers, or going down and trying to deal with the Lizard Men. However, if we don't want to deal with any of that shit, we can just go group, and then we could go to Arborea, or try to go to the Great Mongo Desert, or something similar to that if we go all the way around. Now, the main goal is we want to have happen is, let me find, got to, not stamp, no, pencil tool. We want to go, there we go. That's what we want to do. However, this is not a good idea, because the further in you get, the more difficult the actions become and the more difficult things are. So you may want to kind of do something like this, for example. Or maybe you want to go like this a little bit. You may want to start swinging around and hitting different locations that are useful for you to build up a larger coalition to defeat Ming. However, again, let's say you have a group over here doing things and a group over here doing things. but your group is up here and you're fucking around over here. So that's kind of the idea. Like, there's a very set map. Now, what is the actual game a majority of the time? So, we're gonna go to, let's see, not the fiery desert, the flame world of Mongo. We're going to go to the ice kingdom of Phrygia. Only truly civilized area in the outer belt of this schematic map. Phrygia is a frozen kingdom ruled by Queen Freya and her medieval-esque court. Modern weapons coexist with medieval society. As the case of many areas of Mongo, it takes 4 turns to travel through Phrygia, because this is based off of turns. Travelers in Phrygia have a good chance of encountering a hunting party from the court of Queen Freya, as hunting seems to be a major sport of the country. The usual prey is ice bear that the hunting parties are well equipped and armed. 2 dice should be rolled for each turn spent in Phrygia, where a roll of not under 9 will indicate the discovery by one of the many hunting parties on the ice. Also be under 4, the hunting party will simultaneously be attacked by a snow serpent. The roll of doubles indicate that Freya, the queen, is with the hunting party. So let's say we spend a turn in Phrygia. We're moving around in Phrygia. We rolled a 5. Okay, everybody. Since with a 5, we are discovered by one of the hunting parties. This is good. But if we don't encounter a hunting party, we would have to find that we are encountering a snow serpent. We have to either fight it or we have to run. So, if we want to run away from the snow serpent, fuck that. If we want to run away, so we roll 4 dice and record the total. So we're going to take my 4d6 here. We're going to roll the dice. Okay, pretty good result here. So our total roll is, let's see, we got a 15 total on 4d6. Oh no. So now, the member of the group with the lowest physical strength then rolls 1 die and adds it to his physical strength. Equal or exceeds the total roll of the previous 4 dice. A snow serpent is successfully eluded. So we roll, and I got a 3. Oh no, I didn't beat 15. Because I didn't beat 15, Arthur Cunningham is now, adds 1 to his physical strength. Hey, you can desert the weakest companion at the cost of 1 charisma point with the previously mentioned penalty every time they are in contact with a deserted former companion from that moment on. Yeah, you can just abandon a member of your group to just die instead of you. However, we are going to now fight. Cool. The most martial companion now comes into play. This character rolls 1 die and adds his military skill. He then adds 2 points for each companion and an additional 6 in the presence of a hunting party from Phrygia. So, let's say we've encountered a snow serpent. Arthur Cunningham, if we look here, has 10 combat skill. So, 10 combat skill. And let's say we have times 2 companions. We have +4 for our companions. And you know what? Let's say we encountered a hunting party. So we have a +4 from the hunting party. So we're going to now roll a 1d6. We got a 3, so we got +3 base. So if we add all of these together, we have a 21 total. Oh, the additional 6 of the hunting parties there. So we have a 23 total. So, if the total exceeds 24, the snow serpent has been vanquished. Should add 2 to his military skill rating and 1 to his physical strength and stamina. So we fucking fail. If the Battle of Snow were fought after an attempt to flight and was risked to save friends in danger, hey, should combat roll against not exceed 24, the player character suffer wounds or death. By 1 4 point causes a minor wound. serious wound while, it has killed the character. Yeah, congratulations. If you survive, you end up getting, 1 military skill and 1 physical strength. This is the entire game, by the way. I want people to remember that. A majority of the time is like you are literally going through an adventure. Yeah, so it's like, oh, how do you recover from wounds? Here's how you actually recover from wounds. They kind of talk about it in other places, but sometimes they just don't. Yeah, it's interesting. Yeah, adding the highest, exceeds 18. The friendship of the hunting party is secure. Its aid to queen can be relied on. Failure to win friendship with the hunting party will cause the group to be taken as captive. Yeah, it's like, oh, you just need to get a, you need to get a 20 to inspire her to help you. Yeah, when her granting a title of nobility to the player character who was in such able assistance in her moment of danger from the snow serpent. 2 charisma points for the newly ennobled character. Yep. Yeah. At this point, failure to win free support means imprisonment of its potential enemies of the state. Yeah. It's able to sacrifice scientific ability plus 1 die equals 16, or like a military skill plus 1 die equals exceeds 16. Yeah, if both characters exceed 16 by at least 2, they have the option of taking free a hostage to ensure their safety. Yeah. We take by Xena drive it off with a friend to attempt to win Freya's friendship while she is held hostage. Yeah. you can just take someone, like, that's just the assumption that you'll just take her. There's not a lot of role playing in this. And this is what a vast majority of the game really is. It is, hey, it's Volcano World. What do you do in Volcano World? You're doing these things. This is what you're doing. You get, because you've gone through Volcano World, you get a bonus. Because you have defeated, one of Mongo's evil villains, you've done that, so you get bonus points. Yeah, you want to find a Dryden Terrace? Yeah, there you go. Harpy bats. Most of the time you end up getting like charisma points, or you're in the Great Mongo Desert trying to do things. You're in the Hawkman to me, yeah! Like, number of Wolverons in the pack, you're trying to beat one. It's a very weird game. And it's hard to call this a role-playing game in some... Yeah, in some world, it's very difficult for me to say, oh yeah, this is totally a tabletop role-playing game for the whole family. I'm like, not really at all. Like, this is what Mongo actually looks like. And it's like, oh, I'm in Narquick, or I'm in the fiery desert, and that means we gotta go over here, and oh, it looks like I'm in Volcano World. Oh. Yeah, you want to go to the City of the Sharkmen? Yeah, it is Dale, realizing it possible to break the transparent steel window. The Lion Man batters the wall with his huge war club. Yes, which includes the arena in which Tournament of Mongo is held. It's basically an agricultural area where major product appears to be cultivated like rice in China. Actually, freemen or rebels against Ming's regime are supported the player character's group. Yeah, the rocket train that goes to the outlying forest area directly into Mingo City. Use such transportation. Yep, regular troops on the command of Warlord Wolfang. And you can I can't risk the girls' lives of making a break for you. Then you went to Mingo City. Oh no. With Imperial Palace, the administrative center of the palace, the high priest Zogi, and the Temple of Tao, probably built within the closed, heavily guarded area of the center of the city. You can literally get, like, captured and brought to Mingo City early. And if you get brought to Mingo City early, you might have to get, your means of execution will get decreed. So, congratulations. You have to go into the Tunnel of Terrors. Yeah, to the outside of the city south of the mountain. Holy place that's never used by Ming's people. The sacred dragons that inhabit the tunnel. The Hole of Horrors. Yeah, see, the dehumanizing machines. You want to fight the sacred dragons. You add the result of it. Yeah, highest military skills rolls 3 dice and adds the result. Must meet or exceed 30 to defeat the sacred dragon. Each number lower than 30 is a total will result in a required turn for recuperation for the wounds suffered. Okay, well, the warrior recuperates. The period of recuperation can be reduced by 1 full turn. Yep. You are effectively locked in there until you can beat 30. Does it feel like a solo RPG at times? To a degree. Effectively, what they were trying to do was like, oh, well, you can go on the adventures of Flash Gordon. And you're like, yeah, except you just make your own Flash Gordon. I think that's the thing that throws me off a little bit. Is that I'm not really making my own character. I am making a Flash Gordon with different names. My Flash Gordon's name is now Arthur Cunningham. That's just what his name is. You know, you might have like 5 different variants of Flash Gordon running around in the same, in the same party. Oh, the Power Man. Rubberoid grips Flash's hands. I'm Ergon, Chief of the Lodge. Welcome and meet an old friend. Yeah, technically, you have to meet Ergon. You, like, learning there. Yeah, the entire idea is that you are successfully developing the sound gun. Yeah, once this is developed, the Powerman will attempt to rescue the other player characters. Should they succeed, the player characters still be in Ming's palace. The charismatic leader of the players may again try to win Ergon's support. Plus, do the new respect the Powermen have for the scientist. Yeah, you can actually end up getting a situation in which your characters get kidnapped by the bad guys, but oh no, well, my science man has developed the sound gun with it. You can literally just play out strips from Flash Gordon. That's what you're doing. Now, we're going to talk about the actual rules of the game now. You're going through the adventure. Across the Gordonverse. Now, occasionally you're going to end up with escort troops. All an escort is are soldiers or fighters that are pretty much sworn to you and to help you out. Useful in overcoming Mongo's creatures and, assist any group until it reaches its next objective in greater safety. Okay, so it's like, hey, we've won the favor of the Hawkmen. Hey, the great Mongo Desert has a Bedouin outlaw to provide an escort as described in this section. To any area of Mongo, with the exception of the area of the Sharkmen, Tropica, Fiery Desert, or Coralia. So, effectively, because of that, you end up you can get bands of escorts, bands of freemen to effectively aid you. So it's like, hey, because Arthur Cunningham has 14 charisma, he can raise 2 freeman bands to help him actually save the day. He's spending a turn effectively raising some troops around him. It's like, yay! But we have to go to the tournament area or Mingo City to get them. So, oh no, what do we do with Ming's defenses? He's got ground units, he's got air patrols, whole thing. Now, the big idea with Ming controls for game purposes, 12 ground units and 5 air units. So one ground unit is always going to be in the Great Mongo Desert. The assignment of the units, the tournament area, and Mongo City are determined each turn by a roll of percentile die. So, yeah, by a roll of the percentile die, a 20-sided die, as we all know, a 20-sided percentile die. So let's get my D20 percentile die out. So we got to do it like the game says, right? So I rolled an 18, so that would put me up at I believe here. So 6 ground units, 3 air units in Mongo City, 2 ground, 2 air in the tournament ground. However, at the you pretty much have only 1 or 2 on a D20. You get discovered. Hey, how do we? Oh no, we're discovered. There's a problem. Hey, we have multiple units trying to discover us. If we have 4, that's a 40% chance. If there are 6 units hunting us, that's a 60% chance. You know, hey, what do we do when we get into a fight? Well, effectively what happens is each unit gets distracted by 1 Freeman unit. We enter into the tournament grounds and we raise 4 units. That means 4 of Ming's soldiers are now currently dealing with the Freeman units. Hey, cool. Various rulers support open 1 by player can send forces to Ming's border to tie up further forces. So you need to get more allies, because if you get a lot more allies, you send soldiers to the front to tie up Ming's soldiers. The 2 areas under Ming and balance the strength is maintained by applying units from the city of the tournament area to balance opposing forces. So if you go to, if you have Phrygia, Ming loses 1 ground unit. Hey, you have the Hawkmen. He loses 2 ground or an air unit. Hey, you've got the Lion Men. He loses 3 units. So you're effectively lowering their you're lowering the amount of actual forces available to him, so you can sneak through and win. And yes, here you go. This is how it is. Other titles from Fantasy Games Unlimited. Here it is. That is how you play the game. It's early. It's a 1977 game. It's kind of janky. Wait, what a bizarre percentile die. Because you got to remember, they might not have D10s. Like, let's play a game, everybody. I want to go in a funny little game. When was the 10-sided dice created? Let's see. Yeah, gained traction in the 80s. Yes. So this was actually before D10s started being popular. It was an exotic dice that he couldn't assume people would have, but you could make a vague assumption that they would have a D20. You could make an assumption someone had a D20 but didn't have a D100. So D&D used the D20, therefore we'll use a D20 for percentile. Yeah, Flash Gordon is more... It's more interesting to talk about Flash Gordon in the context that Flash Gordon is this one-of-a-kind kind of game that you don't see anymore. We'll never see it again. Not necessarily Flash Gordon, but just that kind of game. A little bit weird, a little bit funky, but hey, that's half the fun, right? So, now we get to learn another little franchise. It might be a blast from the past for some of you. Are you ready to learn about Warrior Cats? This is Warrior Cats. Now, if you are an American, you might know warrior cat. You might know warrior cats in a lot of different contexts. All warrior cats is American clamp. So, hmm, hmm, interesting. But what is warrior cats? What are we working with here? Well, warrior cats is a, if I click on the right buttons, if we look at warrior cats, this is a franchise novel series about a pack of wild cats, or packs of wild cats, you could say. Very extreme storytelling, you could say. It is literally about cats. It is. Well, we open this up. On sale now. Minifigure Season 8. How well do you know Tiger Clan? Top 5 things to know about Fireheart. There's a lot of things here. You may be wondering how many. There are, I believe, over 30 books. Yes. So if we look at this, you've got the Prophecy Begins series. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. 6 books there. 6 books in The New Prophecy. 6 books in The Power of 3. 6 books in the Omen of the Stars arc. 6 in the Dawn of the Clans prequel series. And of course, Bramblestar's Thunderclap after the event of Omen of Stars. And of course, Return to the Era Bramblestar's Thunderclap. And don't forget, The Broken Code, The Starless Clan, Changing Skies. So if we look at The Elder's Quest, so when did The Elder's Quest come out, everybody? I want to learn. Yes, I want to learn. You're leaving the safe forest of the warrior cats. And yes, in case you're wondering, we did play the games. You may not appreciate playing the games as we have, but we learned how to be real warrior cats. I never really read any of the warrior cats things. I had a friend who did. Here are what they are. Harper Collins Publishing. Yes, this is the Harper Collins Publishing. This is what all they do. This is how they operate. This is what they do. They sell these plethora of books, $20 a pop kind of thing. When did you come out? This came out January 7th, 2025. This is a new book. Now, one thing about Aaron Hunter. Aaron Hunter is not a real person. What do you mean by that? It is actually... Aaron Hunter is actually, relatively speaking, a collective pseudonym of all of these people. You know, it is the collective pseudonym for all of these people, then probably far more, with the idea of celebrating and writing the warrior book. Sometimes alternating, sometimes not alternating. You get to see things such as The Prophecy Begins of Carrie, Baldry writing him, alternating there. Then you get all the way to The Omen of Stars, which is Carrie and Baldry. You know, these kind of alternate who's going what. Sometimes the graphic novels have different ones. The main two, you could say, are Kate Carey here and Cherith Baldry. Cherith. Yeah, this is the Warrior series, yes. Yes, it's a lot going on here. I had to get a lot of I had to learn a lot about Warriors Cats lore. You may be wondering, why did I learn about Warriors Cats lore? Because it turns out Scribble's a big Warrior Cats fan. So what is the Warrior Cats adventure game? Well, if we look at the official games, play Warrior Cats Medicine Mission. You want to... Let's play the Medicine Mission game, everybody. Welcome to Medicine. Do you have what it takes to heal multiple cats with their ailments with correct herb mixtures? Pain with the correct cures. Click the cat you want to cure before the timer runs out. Ailment fever. Find the correct herbs to mix. Well done. Click the cat again to heal them. Yep. Here's how we play Medicine Mission. Now, I was looking around, I'm like, there has to be something here. I couldn't really find anything about why this was made. You got like book quizzes. But the adventure game isn't mentioned. However, we do have Warrior Cats Ultimate Edition for Roblox, which is very important because this is actually an official one. Like, I want you to remember this is an official thing that they do on Roblox that lets you play a cat. You know, based off the Warrior series. You want to play the Warrior Cats game with me on? Want to play the Roblox Warrior Cats experience? Thank you all for the good Kagura botching. Thank you very much for all the subs. Thank you, thank you, thank you. I also realized, why is Manly a horse? Because we're trying to multitude our franchising. Horse race tests were popular, so here's our new horse race test. Manly. You know. Finally, my ability to play, yeah, you want to fuck around and play Shadow Clan horses. You know, Shadow Clan characters, and this is just an official game. I couldn't find anything really about it. Now, one thing about it that I learned, Warrior Cats 12 did not work, by the way. Now, this actually came in the back of a book, Omen of Stars. If we look at, you know, the Omen of Stars, the novel series, this literally came as a bonus, if that makes sense. Hey kids, you like playing, you like reading the Warrior Cats game, now you too can play the Warriors Adventure game. In like 2010, it's... Yeah, it's, yeah, for like, it is a very simple game, and it's a very, well, let's just say it's very simple. So you kind of see, you can download the game right here, and this is, again, you have to remember, this is a full-on official book. This was... somebody in the Warrior Cats franchise had to approve this book. Someone said, yes, this is fine. And you may be wondering, who the fuck wrote this game? What do you fucking mean? This makes no goddamn sense what you are doing. And that's where it's a little bit weird, because initially I'm like, okay, who actually wrote this? I don't know. So I went all the way down to the bottom. And Warriors Adventure game created by Stan. www.storytimewithstan.com. However, Stan is an actual TRPG developer. You may be wondering who? Stan, Let me find, 'cause he likes to hide a little bit. This is Stephen Brown. Stephen Brown is, he's worked on a bunch of different games. You kind of see here, it's, hey, this is all his books that he's written. Hey, here's all the game design stuff. You might be seeing some of these look a little bit normal. Urban Arcana he worked on. He worked on Bastion of Broken Souls, the Book of Challenges in 2002 for 3rd edition, the Pokemon Junior Adventure game. Yes, the Pokemon Junior Adventure game, which is effectively a weird tie-in game when Wizards of the Coast owned it. Because if you look at Stephen, where is it? Yeah, there you go. Stephen Brown. This is his LinkedIn page. This is Stephen. Steve Man here is currently working at Rogue Genius Games. But if we go back to all his oldest history, all the way back in time, he worked at West End Games. He worked at TSR. He worked at Wizards of the Coast. Left, decided to work for Upper Deck Entertainment as a writer, to create a company called the Game Mechanics, D20 system mostly. Back to Wizards of the Coast, mostly doing stuff for the website. Went to Super Genius Games, which was a kind of a 3.5 OGL company. Kind of couldn't really find too much on Super Genius Games because this was before 2010. This is really the only thing I could find that he worked as. And you kind of see here, like, oh, we do that. Oh, new slots games. Cool. Yeah, like, they purchased a bunch of things. I couldn't find really anything else about these guys. Went back to Wizards of the Coast again during 2016-2018. So, you gotta remember this. He did work on 5e. This man has worked on 5th edition Dungeons and Dragons. Proceeded to lose it. And then working since 2013, roughly, at Rogue Genius Games. So he worked at Dungeons and Dragons for a while, but his main thing is Rogue Genius. Now, who's Rogue Genius Games? Rogue Genius is actually the people behind a lot of the Starfinder games. If you ever heard of Starfinder, this is one of the main people behind it. Let me see if I can find where. This guy, I can't remember. What is his name? What's his name? What's his fucking name? I forgot his fucking name because he worked on a couple of things. It's Owen. Yes, Owen. So that is Owen K.C. Stevens' company. As you can kind of see here, he did Starfinder, Pathfinder, Star Wars, the role-playing game back in the day. Yeah, owner and publisher of Rogue Genius Games. Yeah, annual talent contest, RPG Superstar. Yeah, anytime you see something from Starfinder, understand that's Owen K.C. Stevens. Yeah, he works for him. Can I find anything else on Stan? He does have a YouTube channel. Let me see if I can find Stan Warrior Cats, because funnily enough, let me see if I can find Warrior Cats, the adventure game. How could I forget about making sure I have to go to the right website, the right wiki? God forbid. And if we look at, let's see, not James Barry. Yes, he does have an official Warriors Wiki page. I wish I could have an official Warriors Wiki page. Wait, Starfinder is not from the people behind Pathfinder. They are. Now, this is one of those weird... Owen Casey literally has a company that creates product for a company he works for. You may be thinking, that seems like a conflict of interest, and the answer is no. Welcome to tabletop role-playing games. It's very funny. But here is Stan. You can go to his Patreon, YouTube. He's got a Blue Sky. He's got a where is that? A Twitter. As you can see, these are all defunct. This is Stan. You might have seen this art style before. That's what he does. Boomer core, if that makes sense. And then he talks about D&D and improv encounters. Yeah, as you can see, he is a real hero. Improv cartooning. And here's Stan. This is what he does. He did this literally yesterday. And this is him on Twitter. He's a boomer. He's a boomer we can get by, but he wrote the official Warrior Cats tabletop role-playing adventure game. So we're going to talk about Warrior Cats, the tabletop role-playing adventure game that came for free in the back of a fucking book. So, obviously we need character. So I made my cat. I had to make my cat be correct. Of course, we used the official chart and rolled for a name. So we're Blaze Frostclaw. Thank you very much. We are part of Shadow Clan, obviously, and we're 10 moons old. Now, obviously, I had to use the official create a cat system on the website. So it's like a vassal company. Yeah, that happens. Yeah, do you like hopefully you all like Blaze Frost. He's our OC cat. I don't know about you. My god, Edgelord and an OC Donut Seal. Yeah, no, we spent a lot of time making this, by the way. I'm very proud of our cat beard. Your subscribers, your Shadow Clan. Hey everyone, want to be part of my Shadow Clan? Shadow Clan RP. I get to play Blaze Frost. Sorry, our Warriors Cat erotic ERP sessions will not be happening. Sorry everyone. I know everyone was very excited for the Shadow Cats, the Shadow Clan Warrior Cats ERP session. However, we cannot do that today. I'm sorry, everyone. Gotta cancel that out. But let's learn about cats. So, this is an important thing to note. This is an adventure game, and that has a very different tone to it. And you have to also remember, this is made by Harper Collins, literally meant to be distributed at book fairs damn near. When you are looking at this, do not look at this like you are an adult. Look at this like you are about 12. You are about 12 years old saying, yippee! That's how you have to look at this. This is an adult running this for kids. And I think that I really like the word cruel above the cat, and the cat looking like it accidentally broke into a dye container at a factory that produces highlighters. Yeah, no, it's the fact that we were allowed to is the only thing that really matters. So, one thing about are there rules? It has rules. The rules are very light. Let's just say that right now. The rules are very light. Nobody can win. Nobody loses. Having fun is more important than following the rules. What do you need to play Warrior Cats Adventure Game? You need these rules, you need a pencil and paper, and you need to print out the character sheet. That's really it. Now, also imagination is very important. Now, everybody, can somebody point out to me what isn't in the what you'll need section? Can somebody help me with that? I look like I'm going a little blind. Dice, yes! This game is diceless and cardless. Yes, you require no dice. You have no dice, no anything like that. This is a completely diceless game. My mom. So, how do you play? Well, at its absolute basic, the Warrior Cats adventure game, which I'm going to call it the entire time, the Warrior Cats adventure game has you effectively compare results. It's an attribute versus the difficulty. I have an attribute of 3, the challenge is 3. I succeed. If you have a skill in something, you add it to your total. That is how you play, and that's something you gotta learn going through. So, for example, if Blaze Frost is trying to sneak somewhere, his sneak total is actually 4 because he has 3 spirit and 1 sneak. However, as you can see here, I've got the knack for stalking, so I get to add +2 to stealth while I'm moving if I spend something, because this game does have some tokenomics from it. So, let's get into it. So, here, in case you're wondering, the character sheet does explicitly state that you have to use the back of the sheet to draw a picture of your cat. Drawing, I could not unfortunately draw our cat very well, but if you want, to make this official, everybody, we are going to, together, only us here can witness this. I'm going to attempt to draw my cat. So looking here, I think we need comment markup tools. I need to styles palette. Let's see. I want to go to more colors. Where is egregious pink? Okay. All right. So I'm going to. No, okay, that's not okay. We're gonna draw a cat. Trying to draw my warrior cat's OC. It's not. Okay, I want to draw my warrior cat's OC. Everybody, trying. Oh, damn it! This is very difficult in a PDF reader. Okay, here's my warrior cat's OC. Wait a second. I gotta change the. We gotta draw the eyes correctly, obviously. Right, everybody? We gotta draw the eyes correctly. If we don't draw the eyes correctly, what are we doing here? So, I'm gonna... Okay, we're gonna draw that. Then we add black. Yeah, black. Yeah, there's... Okay, we're gonna... Okay, what if I... No. Gotta give it a little... No, not that. That's too much frowny. No. No, we got... No, okay. I can do this, everybody. I'm gonna draw a little cat mouth. I'm gonna draw little fangs there. No. Okay, we're gonna try to draw little fangs. There we go. We're doing our best here, everybody. Draw it like that. So that's... Okay, we're making our progress on our warrior cat's OC. So we're gonna try to now, let's see, violet. And okay, we gotta... Alright, come on, let me... we are drawing here. We have to draw my warrior cat's OC. Okay, we gotta... Okay, we're drawing that. Now we have to select the blue. And then we draw his little nose. There we go. Hopefully you like the fucked up... Actually, we gotta draw the scars, right? All over his face. There you go. Hopefully you all enjoy Me officially following the rules and drawing my Warrior Cats OC. You should have made Manly in the OC generator. That would be far too easy. That's the problem. Yeah, there's my Warrior Cats OC. You may not like it, but and in case you're wondering, by the way, just to impress upon the people here a little bit more, I made it a point, and I had to. If I go to Twitter, I did post my Warrior Cats OC on Twitter. I'll have you know, this is very important, so make sure to like the posts on Twitter for more Warrior Cats OC posting. But we're going to be following Muddy Paw as well through this. So how does the game work? As I kind of explained, it is a comparison system. So we need to create a cat. Every character begins as a spoiled kitty pet. Yes, a kitty pet. That does sound something weird, but we don't talk about it. You begin as a normal cat. Pure imagination. Write out what you want. How do you want to do things? Who are you? What do you want to be when you grow up? What are you doing? So, obviously, what we'll need to do is we'll need to also then choose a clan. As anyone who's read Warriors novels knows, cats don't choose their clans. They're born into them. Things are a little more forgiving in the Warriors adventure game. You can choose which clan your apprentice belongs to, and your decision will be the first thing players look into when assessing your cat. So, technically, you can all work together to have cats from different clans, or you can work together and make your very own clan. So, ThunderClan. Yeah! We love playing ThunderClan. As a ThunderClan, you can get the Ponder skill. You can be part of Wind Clan, River Clan. We are playing Shadow Clan. You know, hey, some clans are Shadow Clan's aggression and deception has proved these clans are nothing more than battle-hungry and trustworthy sneaks of any. Believe they have the truest warriors of any clan. If anyone contests that claim, they'll have to back them with claws and fury. We get the bonus sneak skill. That's what you get for you get a +1. Now, as the warrior cat's existence, we have to choose our stats. Normally, you start with 5 points, with 1 in each, so you have 2 points to distribute. Pretty much as a cat, you have a 3-1-1 split, or a 2-2-1 split. Do you want to be generalized, or do you want to be a little bit more specific? Those are your 2 attribute things that you have access to. 3-1-1, 2-2-1. Welcome to the wonderful world of spreads. Technically, these can go up to 10, but you're going to be really only with 3, maybe getting up to 4, if you're really lucky. Now, strength is how big, how powerful, how just scary you look. And these are very important for combat. Now, intelligence is your knowledge on figuring things out, also being able to remember things, how to actually see things as well, and how accurate they are. A smart cat hits people a lot more reliably. However, spirit is your general willpower and kind of charisma, kind of not. It's someone with a high spirit can resist temptations easier and will do so in a given situation, sensing unseen changes in the world. When they fight, spirit lets them anticipate where the foe are likely to strike next and get out of the way. Very insightful. Obviously, Blaze Frost ended up being very strong and very wise in that regard. Not very smart, but Blaze Frost. Yeah. So, now, you may be wondering, why do I have these? Well, that's for this 3-1-1, this 3-1-1, or this 2-2-1. This is your baseline kitty cat. You're a little kitty. You're 4 moons old. You're not very old. You know, you were a little apprentice kitty. Now, effectively, you then will upgrade to Warrior Cat TM. And as a Warrior Cat TM, you actually get +1 Strength and +1 Int or Spirit. That's an important thing. You get fully grown, and you also get you get either more intelligent or more spiritual, wise or whatever. It's a little bit worded weird in that regard. Kitty pet sounds like a Discord term. Yeah, make sure to never clip me saying kitty pet, because that's going to be taken horribly out of context somewhere. Like, kitty, like, it's fucking Discord kittens, I swear. It do be that way sometimes. But, effectively, when it comes to your skills, you have 3 skill points that you can distribute however you want. You get 1 from your clan, and then 1 you can distribute anywhere, to a maximum of 1. So, because Blaze Frost is who he is, he's got +1 bite, +1 climb, and +1 wrestle. That is anytime he does any of those things. Easy enough to understand, nothing too complicated. Now, you're going to be learning these very quick. You're going to get more skills as you level up. Leveling up is also a little bit weird in this game. So, here are your skills. Arching. Ability to arch its back, strike in aggressive pose, or otherwise look mean. Being able to bite, which is effectively the I'm gonna fucking kill you maneuver. Including, there are many distractions in the world, but be they strange noises, pain, other cats, 2 legs, or simply boredom. Focus presents in a cat's ability to concentrate on certain tasks and ignore other distractions. Yes, you have the fucking focus, you dumbass. You have the please focus, you stupid cat ability. This also leads to being able to hiss at people, jumping, and used in several ways, but all are defensive in nature, listening, being able to ponder, yes, pondering. This is me trying to figure something out. The pounce ability, similar to jumping, this is aggressive jumping. Pounce is also a skill used when the cat wants to go over across the space and land an object without climbing. Yeah, a cat can pounce on something that's 2 body lengths away or above him. That's more like falling. Oh, you know how to see, smell, sneak, swat. Yeah, this is your combat skill of swatting one another. Yeah, technically, swatting is intelligence-based. Beating the fuck out of you, just going bonk, 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 is an option. But of course, you can also wrestle one another. When in doubt, just do grab, get on top of another cat and start beating them up. Yeah, you want to engage in cat-based warfare. Yeah. And that's how you do it. Congratulations, you've successfully made a kitty. It was a simpler time, people. It was a simpler time, but now I'm going to say this once. I'm going to say this exactly once. You can clip it, you cannot. It is entirely your prerogative. Can you groom a kitty pet into a warrior? Yes. Is that cursed phrasing? I know, but That is technically the exact phrasing you would have to use. Ouch. But yes, the section on grooming a warrior. So, by the time you are 10, you actually hit the cat age of 10 moons, you grow up to be a full warrior. So, this is your first increases in your cat's ability, improving their raw gifts from what she was born with, room to grow, of course, and hey, you get +1 to represent being fully grown. No matter what. If you start with 3 strength, 1-1, you go to 4 strength. Why would that happen? Because you are a big fucking cat. Hey. Second, add a +1 to either your intelligence or spirit. Pretty easy enough. Whatever chosen ability cat feels more important, add +1. So this is, again, you add about 10 moons. Then you can actually end up getting knacks. What is a knack? Effectively, all a knack is the representation of really specialized abilities. So, as you see here, I can add +1 to any movement skills I use, add +2 to stealth when I'm not moving, +2 to stealth when I am moving. What does this mean? Effectively, hello phone. What? Notepad musing on Discord mod philosophy. So, yeah, effectively having different knacks and skills and how they're used. One of the bigger things is that every single one of these have a series of tokens assigned to them. That's the best way to think about this. So let's say, for example, I use my marking. I have my stamp tool, and I create a manly. Yes, in case you're wondering, I do have manly just as a sticker because for situations like this. So I technically have 3 strength tokens. With those 3 strength tokens, I can use them to do a couple different things. Such as, if I go down here, it costs me 1 strength token to add a +1 anytime I'm doing movement-based actions. So I'm moving around very quickly. I can spend a token on that. Because it is, again, a tokenomics game. This is also how you boost up your abilities to do things. A number of chips. We'll explain chapter 5. Maybe not worded great, but anytime you end up choosing a knack, you only get 3 knacks to begin with, but you're going to get more knacks more gradually over time. So, for the sake of fun, let's figure out how high a listen check Muddy Clock can generate if he puts all his effort into it. First of all, 3 from his intelligence, 2 from his listen skill. Spends all 3 of intelligence chips, getting +3 bonus. Spends both of his spirit chips to activate the alertness knack twice, giving him an additional +2 bonus. So his total is 3 + 2 + 3 + 2 equals 10. So, these are some of the very basic knacks, but we're going to actually go into them a little bit more clearly. So, we're going to look at dash. So, I'm going to go all the way down here. So, using the dash knack lets you move very quickly, springing off nearby objects to cover more ground than running normally allows. By spending a strength chip, move up to twice as far as you normally in one turn. Some obstacles prevent the use of dash, but kind of obstacles are present. Narrator should tell you before you spend strength chip. So, but let's say, for example, we have... Let's find another interesting one. We'll say, belly rake. Belly rake is an act your cat may use in a fight. Back claws to injure an opponent's underbelly. In order to use belly rake, you must be wrestling with one another. If you are wrestling, by spending 2 strength chips, your cat lashes out with her rear paws into your opponent's gut with the claws extended. Treat it like a swat, but does 1 extra point of damage. Once you belly rake a second time, you reduce the cost. You do a lot of fucking damage belly raking. But then you get things such as interpret dreams, oration, being able to being able to word things better. The entire concept is I can spend points from one thing to either get a better exchange or spend points from another to get something else. So because I've got 3 strength here, and because I've got dash over here, hey, I need to dash, I need to get someplace very quickly. I can spend a strength token to do such. But let's say I have spirit over here, and I need to be a little bit stealthy. So normally I would have 4. Let's say I spend all 3 of my little tokens over here. I spend all of my tokens. I get a +6. I would have a full 10 points of me spending all of my tokens here. Now, most tokens can also be used as just a flat +1. So, oh no, I need to make a target number 5 check with my climb skill, but I only have 4. 3 + 1 is 4. I can spend one of my chips and get my full 5. That's pretty much all that does. It's a very interesting way of doing things, because some of them are more ability driven, some of them are more bonus driven. Like pin is an ability. You are saying, I am pinning you to the ground and you cannot move. Versus, hey, I am springing up to do something. Hey, object will normally be too high to reach. Maximum height cast is twice the height that he can normally pounce. It's measured by body lengths. You can jump up to something that's 4 body lengths tall. That's a long way. Versus, hey, you have 2-leg lore. Cool. You have the ability to yowl. Yeah, it's different. I'm like, alright. Until you get the idea of life lessons. So, we want to learn how to play the game. We're playing the game, we're having fun. We can change our cat, we can start from scratch, make some adjustments, little things like that. There's a lot of rules with that, but again, if they're dealing with kids. So, the cat's character is different every time in different sections of their life. At the end of the character creation process, it's assumed that your cat is 10 moons old. So, time doesn't always pass the same rate. Age by real time, age by adventure, age by choice, whatever. So, every time you get older, every time you are getting older, you are actually increasing your abilities. So let's say I am in fact, let's say I'm 35 moons old. At 35, let's see all the things that we would get at 35 years old, everybody. As an old man. So we get +1 skill. +1 ability, knack, +1 ability, +1 int or spirit. We get a second knack, we get a second skill point, we get a second knack, we get +1 to any of our abilities yet again, we get another knack, we get another skill. We scroll down a little bit. We get another knack at 25, +1 another to intelligence or spirit. We get another skill point. We get another knack. Skill and knack, so we get a skill and a knack. +1 to any ability, of course. We get another knack and another skill. So these would be all of our actual skills and abilities we get at 35 moons old. You kind of see here, that's quite a bit. We get 5 effectively skill points, 6 skill points, ability points, 5 ability points, and 7 additional knacks to spend around. We're learning a lot about how to do things, and that's effectively how you get things. But as you kind of see, by the time you hit, your 50s, hey, you start losing strength pretty consistently. You're going to lose 2 strength, and that could potentially be fatal. So, you end up learning more things over time. So, improves more slowly than his or her next. Some adventures will provide opportunities for characters to gain or improve specific skills. I've seen that features the use of those skills at the end of the adventure. The main way to actually improve is via aging, and I'm like, that's kind of an interesting idea. I think that's kind of neat. Now, how to play this, again, I've kind of explained to you this a few times. Again, ability chips. It is purely comparative. Like, everything is purely comparative when it comes to that. If you have a 3, you have a 3. You have a 2, you have a 2. There is very little randomization in this game. Almost no randomization. Everything is very predetermined. When you call a check, it is a question of how much good boy points do you spend. Do you want to spend good boy points burning next? Do you want to spend them just getting you raw improvements? Hard to tell. That's kind of the idea, though. So, anytime you want to get into a fight, though, there's 2 kinds of fighting. There's actual fighting and hunting. All the time there are 4 stages. You need to locate, you need to approach, you need to grab it, and you need to kill it. Yes, the killing option. Yep. It's not difficult to hunt. Never is difficult to hunt. It's just hard enough that you might need to do it. If a cat is hunting because it's a part of the story, how difficult each action is. Otherwise, just kind of wing it. It's not difficult. These are our difficulty, ratings. An average is 4. A easy is 2. A challenging is 6, kind of thing. Like, these aren't very difficult, relatively speaking. Even Blaze Frost, with all of his points, can still hit a 10 pretty easily at only age 10, but he's got to burn a lot more resources to do such. That's the catch. And you don't recover your tokens very easily. You recover them at certain intervals, which does lead to fighting. So, I get into a fight with another creature or another cat. So, effectively, when you are fighting one another, you're taking turns swatting, wrestling, or biting one another. So, whoever has the most strength chips goes first. And then you end up going to town on one another. So it's my turn. I get to go, because I have the highest strength. I want to swat you. Bonk. I'm going to hit you. So you make a jump check. I make a SWAT check. Now, if you want to play this a little bit more legit in a way, it's effectively it's a blind, I would say it's a blind auction. How many points are you willing to dedicate to this? I have a jump of 2, you have a SWAT of 3. I have let's switch around. I have a SWAT of 3, you have a jump of 2. By default, I'm going to probably hit you unless you bet something. So do I want to bet? Do I not want to bet? Yeah, so equal to or higher than the jump check of the defending cat, the attack is successful. More than double the result of jump check, it deals +2 for a strength check for determining damage. So, and then you can get into a wrestling fight. You literally make a pounce versus jump check, and if pounce is better, you pounce on them and you start wrestling. Yeah, you literally just start attacking each other like wild fucking cats. Because you're fucking cats. Yeah, it's... If you're not good at fighting, you probably will never succeed at fighting, but if you are good at fighting, you almost will always succeed. Yeah, so as Blaze Frost, as we all know, Blaze Frost wants to pounce on you and hope for the best. He's not very good at pouncing or fighting in general, but when he does hit you, he hurts like hell. Because when you do damage, when you hit someone with a SWAT check or you hit someone with wrestling, you compare the total of that check to the opponent's strength. Effectively, you can increase the amount of damage that you do with a single hit. The defender cannot counter it. So, less than or equal to the defender's strength score, you lose 1 chip. However, if you are more than the defender's strength score, you lose 2 chips. If it's double, you lose 3. So, for example, with Blaze Frost, if you do damage that is 1 to, it's kind of that 1 to 2 range, I take 1 chip of damage. You deal something that's greater than that, let's say you hit 3, 4, 5, I take 2. You hit me with 6 up, I take 3. Because yes, weird mechanic, but your health are these chips. So technically, manly, we compare to the number of Tiger Balls here, Blaze Frost has effectively 7 health. He takes 3 damage. I have to get rid of Tiger Balls in different areas. I have to get rid of my tokens. And now I'm down more tokens. Fighting can be weirdly lethal. Weirdly dangerous. Yeah, especially because you can't get these back unless you, unlike a lot of the other ones. And you can lose a fight. Yeah, it's like if you can lose a fight by virtue of kind of just being tired. You spent too many chips before, you've been ambushed, you go down within a couple seconds. Now, yeah, anytime you use a bite, if you're using that as a combat action, effectively instead of taking 1 damage, they take 2 damage or 3, 4, 5, 3 or 4 damage. You can take a lot more. You have no ability chips left, you are KO'd. This is bad. You are knocked unconscious, you are not doing anything. Luckily, we can get some healing. We can patch each other up. So this game is based entirely on tokens. Yes! This is a tokenomics game. This is a tokenomics game to the highest degree in some regards. So, luckily you can get some healing. However, you don't get a lot of healing. It takes a long time to heal. So any fight's kind of not encouraged. Interesting in that regard, but I guess it's lore accurate? I guess? Was all the anti-scout situation, told story his or her friend, chapter by chapter. Yeah, effectively what you're supposed to be doing. This is another one of those weird little points, because we assume that there are GMs and things like that. However, in Warrior Cats, the adventure game, every chapter, the actual GM changes, you rotate out. So everyone gets a chance to be the narrator, everyone gets a chance of being a character. Hey, how do you do it? How do you, what happens here? What happens to my cat? He's still there, but I don't want to be a narrator. Like, I want to be a storytelling. Let the players play, improvising, avoid splitting up. It's kind of like, it's GM advice, but it's GM advice that's been modified with the understanding that the characters are going to be rotating pretty actively. And it's okay to literally try scenes again. Remember, this is built for children. Cats of the clans. We got. Luckily, we've got a few sample characters to play. 6, you're 24 moons old. Jay Feather from Thunder Clan. What you want? Tiger Star. So, welcome to the sample adventure. During the course of an adventure, this does not happen during the course of saving the kids. It's just a sample adventure, not much longer than a single chapter of a full-length adventure. So yeah, you don't need to do it on the sample one, but that's supposed to be what it is. So, how does this actually work? So, what happens is, oh no. Spoken by the clan leader, you can find it. They are from different clans, spoken by Firestar. A group of kids has snuck away from the queens that were watching them. Every available warrior has been sent out to look for them, but we need your help too. Players ask any question they like during the experience using the following paragraph of general information to the narrator. You can improvise anything that isn't specified. The group of kits had been playing together all morning. The queens had to yell at them several times for wandering away from the rest of the group while chasing butterflies. No one is sure how long the kids have been missing because the queens were busy with another group that got tangled in a bramble of nettles. Question though, clan leader Firestar cat, their assignment is to check two places in particular: the meadow next to the horse place and the outcropping of rocks beyond it. Yep, you learn there. So, you want to search the meadow or the rocks? Now, this is one of the funniest things here. This is literally like to give you an idea of what's happening here. We have literally gotten together. This is our first set of characters. We are 10 moons old. We might have a +1 or we might have a +1 to focus if we're lucky. A beautiful open meadow stretches before you, dappled in sunlight and filled with long grass, flowers, and ferns. Above it all, more butterflies than you can count, fluttering lazily in the breeze. It's all so peaceful, you can almost forget about the troubles that brought you here. It would be so nice to have lazy about in the sun. Focus checks 4 or higher. Yes, you have to make a focus check. On a 4 or higher, continue about their business. The other cats are gone. They can call them back whenever they like. If they don't, the other cats can't participate in the adventure. So as the adventure, you should remind them that it's important to keep the group together. The cats whose scores are 3 or lower are distracted by the warmth, the sun, and beauty of the meadow, and all they can think about is playing with the butterflies or lying in the sun. You continue, and will stay there until someone reminds them of their mission. If all the cats scored lower than 3, go immediately to what happens next section. Yes, you can fail the first check and lose. So if we go down, so, what happens next, you may be wondering. If all the clats fail the initial focus check, continue on to 6. You sleep because they chewed on poppy seed leaves, they then adjust the read aloud section to indicate Firestar's found the group sleeping rather than goofing off. It's a beautiful day. You can chase butterflies or wrestle with each other, just lie in the sun. All seems so perfect till you hear a stern voice calling out, "What are you doing?" It's Firestar, and she doesn't look happy. He wants to know they've shrunk their responsibilities. Let them try to explain or simply apologize if they prefer. No really good excuse for this, but sometimes this happens to young cats. Hopefully they will learn from this experience. Firestar is very disappointed in them, suggests that maybe they were promoted to warriors too soon. Thankfully, another group of warriors was able to save the kits in time. You will remind them that if they can't be counted on to help their clan in time of need, they're no better than kitty pets. The adventure is over and they have failed their assignment. Make up the mistake of doing extra hunting. Yeah, you can literally just fucking fail at 3. Yeah, it's potentially one of the most amusing just adventure design choices out there. that potentially, I want you to remember this. This is very potentially, if everyone has one spirit or one or two spirit, it is entirely possible that no one can physically succeed at this. Yes, if everyone has one spirit, it is entirely possible. This is technically impossible to complete because you will get distracted immediately and go to sleep. Yes, that is a thing that is actually occurring. Yes, yeah, it's not like, oh, it's two or lower. No, it's literally like, that's check one. Here's literally the little kittens. You have to save a bunch of kittens and you could just fuck up by entering a meadow. You're a stupid fucking cat. Oh, hey, you get sick, by the way? You open your eyes and find yourself in the clan camp. Lifting it is more difficult than it usually is. The voice comes from the clan's medicine cat. Although it may be different camps, the players' cats are from separate clans, the conversation will be similar. Medicine cat told the cat that the other warrior brought them home in very sick condition. The application of healing herbs, the medicine cat fix it, so I'll be fine to exit rest. Mm. Mm. Yeah, characters in the game. Yeah, you don't get any experience rewards. Yeah, you might want to get into a fight. Yeah, you get into a fight with the skunk. Uh, you might just get fucked up and hey, you're in this fucking continue to 12. Yeah, you might retreat and you just literally go home after fighting. Yeah, although they get proud of their bravery, they show the cats get no experience. Yeah, it's yeah. Anyone who gets experience is the cat can only get experience the adventure once. So what happens? You increase the age by one thing. Ooh. You can then spend experience on improving various aspects about yourself. But yeah, that is the Warrior Cats adventure game. More of a curiosity than anything. I think that's important. It's just a curiosity. Like, yes, it's the adventure cat. It's the fucking Warrior Cats adventure game. What do you all expect it to be? We're not exactly looking at high quality productions seeing here. I think that's kind of the funny part about it, is thinking that you're going to get more out of this is maybe not the best idea. On the other hand, this is important. Maybe you can cut it apart to do something else. I mean, there's something here. Maybe. Hard to tell, though. Kind of hard. It's difficult to say. Because if you're a really big fan of the warrior cats, then maybe this is the secret, but I don't know, man. That is a you prerogative thing, not a me problem. So now we're gonna do the final game. Yes, the final game. The Hercules and Xena Warrior Princess role-playing game. Now, there's a little bit of a story here, and I think a little bit of a story is always interesting to talk about. So, what is Hercules? What is this? Back in the olden days. Back in the olden days of 1995, there was a show called Hercules: The Legendary Journeys. This was a fairly popular fantasy show, effectively, about Hercules. And random shit that occurred. You could argue that it's set in mythological times. On the other hand, it's also a lot goofier. Now, Hercules encountered someone named Xena Warrior Princess, all we know. Xena was an antagonist and then became a protagonist and later got her own series. She is a Thracian Amazon. And things get weird, and yeah. Hey, if you want to get the full experience, get the full warrior princess vibes. The 90s were a different time. I think that's an important thing to understand. The 90s were a different world, and I respect that world a lot more than I would like to admit. Yeah, it has Lucy Lawless in it. Yes, Lucy Lawless. Oh, she played Breers? Huh. Yeah, it's yeah, this is welcome to the wonderful world of Xena Warrior Princess and company. Different times, different eras. I think that's the entertaining part. And speaking about different times and different eras, what is this game? It's alright, so it's the Hercules and Xena RPG. What does that actually mean? Well, if you go to the Hercules and Xena RPG, here, the role-playing game based off those, this is actually made by West End Games. Yes, WEG. Now, you may also be thinking, hey, wait a second, bankruptcy in 1998? Huh? What? But Notepad, didn't the Hercules and Xena RPG come out in 1998? Yeah. This was the last game WEG put out before their bankruptcy. This is the last WEG game. Anytime people talk about Star Wars D6 or anything like that, always remember that the Hercules and Xena RPG is actually the end of that. This is the end of the adventure, you could say, in that regard. And if you want, we can play fucking Raid Shadow Legends with the Xena crossover if you want. You know, if you feel like it. Now, this may seem a little weird, may seem a little odd to talk about, because this doesn't technically use the D6 system. That's a very, very weird thing. So technically, this is also known as the Legend system. If we look over here, WEG, pips are not, based on, the D6 classic system. The Legend system is this was also the birth of the Legend system. So if we look at the Star Wars Miniatures Battle, the only other system to use this was technically the DC Universe role-playing game. Yeah, which didn't do too much. People don't really talk about this one really at all. Sometimes it gets brought up, but yes, this is based off the Legend system. The two games that use it are Hercules and DC. Yeah, so what's the secret here? What's the thing? Well, there were supposed to be a couple other ones. There were supposed to be a couple other variants of this, obviously, but some of them just didn't pan out. Yeah. The variation system was referred to in jest as D6 variant for the mathematically challenged. So, kind of setting the stage here a little bit. It's a little bit of a bizarre experience. But who wrote this game? Well, that's a guy named George Straighten. We go to George Straighten. This is George R. Straighten. Pretty much, he was one of the big WEG designers. And because he was one of the big WEG designers, he was able to do things, hey, I did the screenwriter. He did a lot of just stuff, including the Men in Black role-playing game. George Straighten. Yeah, hey, you want to use the MIB, MIB role-playing game? Like what, let's see. What have we... Oh, yes, he did worked on the Coda series. Let's see, he worked on 3.5 a little bit. D6 Legends. The D6 system in general. And a couple Star Wars D6 stuff. So yeah, I mean, he's a mainstay of the WAG world. But yeah, that's what he worked on, and now apparently he makes movies. Let's see. Yes, I do believe he now potentially. Yes, I do believe he potentially works on. Yeah, now he works on he worked on the new Transformers movies as crew and producer stuff. He also did the screenplay for Dragonlance, Dragons of Autumn Twilight. And have no fear, he might have also written some episodes for Hercules. Yeah. Nothing too exciting here outside of outside the death throes of a company. Ugh. So, give me 1 second. I'm gonna get some water because I'm very thirsty. Yeah. Nothing beats the taste of H2O, baby. So, let's get into the game a little bit here. Now, I needed to recruit someone who could help us here a little bit. So, I brought in Corfian. So, hopefully you all enjoy Corfian here. You may be looking at this being like, is this just the D6 system notepad? And I'm going to say, no, it's not. Get ready. So, yeah, here's my poorly paid actor, and we are Corfian. We are male Greek. We are a Myrmidon. Yeah, he's offensively Greek. Have no fear. So, as you can tell, graphic design is our passion. Do you love graphic design alongside myself? Hopefully you do. I love graphic design. This is what I live for. I fucking live for this. This is what I love looking at this and not being able to see fucking anything. That's truly my favorite. Oh boy, Xena and Hercules, you spoil us, Notepad. So, pretty dramatic, huh? Welcome, welcome, I am Settleminus, and I'll be guiding the thrill-a-minute ride of epic proportions. I know you're anxious to start playing, so let's get right to it. So, everything is actually written in the perspective of one of the characters from the show. They try to keep it kind of comedic, kind of funny. And all of the artwork Well, there is no artwork, it is just screenshots from the shows. Oh yeah, have no fear. Why do you want to go on adventures? So you get better at doing on adventures. Yeah, pretty basic stuff. So, hey, if you want to be a game master, you want to be be a character, be a player. All right, pretty simple stuff. Nothing too exciting. But let's learn how to make a hero here. Grab a hero template and go. However, we're not using a hero template because we are not cowards. Instead, we are creating a hero entirely by ourselves. The hero templates are in the back, obviously. So we need a name, we need a type, race, possessions, goals, attributes, skills, body points, all of these different things. Nothing too exciting, but let's get into an idea. We need a name. Always remember, have all of our various names that you could potentially have. But now we have to determine what our hero type is. Now, as a hero type, these are not... How do I want to word this? These don't do anything, but they inform what you should have. Like an archer, you want to be an artisan, an attendant, a bard, a bounty hunter, charioteer, chronicle, entrepreneur, gladiator. Or you want to be a hoplite, you gotta follow the code of war. Or hey, you're an inventor. I'm an inventor. Monster Slayer, that's just what you are, a monster slayer. I chose to become a myrmidon. Part of mercenary, ready to carry out any military command, regardless of its nature. Most cultures view myrmidons as ruthless thugs, tolerated only for their skill in combat, willingness to act. Zeus himself from Ants when King Aeacus of Aegina, one of Zeus's sons, requested that his father replenish Aegea's population after Hera sent a plague to destroy all its citizens. To accompany Achilles in the fight against the Trojans. Yeah, a farmer, a priest, rogue, seers, spy. You want to be that little ugly guy? Yeah. Then technically there are a couple more races. Now there are multiple races that do things. So let's say, for example, you want to play a centaur. If you want to play a centaur, what you get is you get 45 land speed. If you have 45 land speed, the centaur's physical, fortitude engirders him with high resistance injuries, +1 to endurance attribute. All right, cool. Yeah, you want to play a there, and don't worry. The only problem though is, well, you have bloodlust. Anytime you get, anytime you attack, you have to make a willpower check to even continue, because you might go into a horrible rage and start killing everyone. Humans are normal. Nymphs are all sexy ladies. You want to be all sexy ladies. You want to be a satyr. You want to be a little satyr and jump around and be everyone likes being a little satyr. So Corfian is just human. He's very normal human. 2D on everything. What's your goals? What's your possessions that you have? Unique possessions are supposed to be like really just things that you have. They're not precious. They're only precious to you. Attributes and skills. So you get 24 dice to split among your 8 different attributes. Coordination is an attribute. These are skills. However, you have to have 2 in everything if you're human. What does that mean? It means that with 2 in everything, you actually only have 8 points to really distribute. You can distribute. This is how I distributed them. Coordination, endurance, reflexes, nothing too exciting. Corfian is a soldier. He is good at fighting and not much else. And that's fine. Cool. Easy enough to understand. May aiding press. Now, you do end up with 10 skill points spread across everything as well. 10 skill points doesn't seem like a lot, but no matter what, you'll always be rolling your basic, basic attribute. No matter what, I will always be rolling 2d for my awareness, but I get to roll 3 dice if I'm rolling with tracking. No matter what, I'll always have 2d charisma, but I'll always have I'll always be rolling 4 dice for flirting. Pretty easy to understand. Now, that's where we're like, oh, what's recommended? What's this? Yeah, remember, attributes acts as the base for everything. Pretty easily there. Anytime you are making a roll, you're rolling a number of d6s. Now, this is where things get a little bit weird, and it's going to throw you off if you know WAG. Now, you may be thinking, West End Games d6. Roll a bunch of d6s and count the pips. Count as many pips as you have, and that's what you're really working for. However, not in the legend system. In the legend system, this is for the mathematically challenged, remember. Your dice aren't quite the way you would think they are. So, you got fast react rolls, you can kind of do these whenever. It's a fast react, you go and do it kind of unconsciously. So, anytime you have a die, what's happening is your dice are going to be chakrams, hydras, the Eye of Hera, or a thunderbolt. So, 1s and 2s are hydras. 3, 4, 5s, and 6s, chakrams. On the wild die, the 1 is the Eye of Hera, and the 6 is the thunderbolt of Zeus. What the fuck are you talking about, Notepad? What I'm saying is, you succeed on a 3-up. Your base dice will always succeed on a 3 or higher. So, if I say Corfian here, Corfian needs to make a flirt check at difficulty 2. He's going to take 4d6. He's going to roll, and he rolled 1 success because he rolled 3 2s and a 3. So he would fail that check. However, let's roll again. So, with my basic die here, I've got a 6, 5, 4, and a 1. That's 3 successes. That is higher than the difficulty. Cool. But you also have the wild die. No matter how many dice you roll, you're always going to be rolling the wild die. That wild die makes things happen, you could say. That's the oh shit roll. Oh no. More heroic, more fun, more fun. One die is the action roll called a wild die. Now, this die works normally unless an Eye or Thunderbolt comes up. No, wild die rolls Eye of Hera. Something terrible has happened. Hera has botched the action in some way, excludes a wild die and another die to come up as a success when counting number of hits. On the other hand, something spectacular has gone on. You gain an automatic extra roll, count the number of chakrams, counting the thunderbolt in the total, then re-roll the wild die. Comes a chakram, add 1 more. So this is your wild die is how you explode. Yeah, so if you have a dodge of 5d, you roll 5 dice, including the wild dice, 4 regular and the wild die. So we'll make that same flirt check. I'm gonna make that same flirt check, difficulty 2, 3 normal die, and the wild die. So I'm gonna roll. Oh, well, my oh mia, I've got 2 3s, a 4, and on the wild die, I rolled a 6. I actually rolled a 6, by the way. So that's 1 extra success. I roll again, and I get another success. Cool. I've scored additional successes on my wild die. I'm cool and awesome. That's effectively how it is. You may be dying a little on the inside with my explanation. When did this come out again? This came out in 98. It was 1998, I believe. This was, yes, 1998. This was the last game by WEG. Now, you can get specialty. If you have a specialty in something, that means you're going to be rolling more dice than you normally would be able to. Marksman, pickpocketing, endurance. Pretty, like, everything. None of the skills are too weird. You get some very specific ones, like juggling. Like, yes, you can, for some reason, have the juggling skill. But you know what? There's different skills that you could take in. But if you pick juggling, okay, I cannot stop you. You want to have the leap ability, awareness, you know, the animal handling, inventing, omen interpretation. Pretty immediate things are all there. And yes, you have the beg skill. You want to be you want a beggar max, like culture, disguise, first aid, gaming. You want to be a gamer. Quite a few different skills in general, and a lot of them are very specific. Others of them are like battle cry. If he was battle cry, can help a warrior defeat his opponent psychologically. Battle cry roll beats his opponent's fast react willpower. You get a +2 to hit them. This is pretty fucking good, by the way. Sometimes you have the stay up skill. Yes, the stay up skill. And now, body points. You get body points equal to an endurance roll +20. I have an endurance of 4. I rolled my dice, and I had a total of 20 of fucking nothing, no body points. Yeah, I rolled 5 on 4d6. Yeah. Yes, I rolled fucking 5. Was I mad? Yes, I was livid. I was absolutely livid that I rolled 5 fucking points on a goddamn 4d6 roll. 4d6 pains me. Now, the problem is, this does hurt me a little bit because I realized something after I rolled it the first time and got 5. Actually, I got 6. Then I re-rolled it and realized that it's it's an endurance roll. And it's not the right way of rolling the dice. I had to count my successes, not my actual numbers. I was playing WAG and got sad. Then I re-rolled and got a shit ton of dice. I was a fucking god. How do I have 25 body points? I don't know how I did that. Go me, I guess. Maybe I'm just fucking stupid. No, I rolled a 6 on the wild die. That's it. But yes. Without proper treatment, hero dies 5 minutes later, so have never less than 0 body points. You're going to recover HP relatively quickly, with the counterpoint being that, you go down pretty quick if you get surrounded. On the other hand, you're also a literal superhero in setting, so yeah, no, you can kind of do a lot more things than you would normally be able to. Like looking outside, there's someone, you know, trying to haul in a very heavy groceries, and I'm like compelled to go help. But so you do get a little bit of character points. These points can be used in two ways: die rolls or skill improvement. This is an interesting mechanic that I did use to improve some of my stats a little bit, just a little. Is character points are effectively kind of like XP. Whenever you get character points, you can spend those to improve your skills, or you can spend them to get bonus dice during a roll. You want to spend your XP now, or kind of want to spend your XP later. Usually not as efficient for you to spend them in as die roll bonuses, but you might need them. So, if he feels he might be high enough to accomplish a goal, spending 1 character point gives an extra die. Cool. So, This does also lead to fate points, which lets you double shit. It's pretty fucking huge. Then fame. Fame doesn't really do things. You have the hero's challenge, what speed is, what your physical appearance. For some reason, this page is just green. I don't know why it's green. It just is. Maybe because of Zuba. Who knows? But yeah, it's pretty simple stuff, all things. We do use dinars, good old-fashioned dinars. But you may be wondering, okay, where do I buy my gear? You don't in this section. Yes, you don't do that in this section. Because this is only the hero's book. You need a lot of information is actually in the Secrets of the Ancient World book. Yeah, this is where a vast majority of the rest of the book actually is. Welcome to the many different books of box sets back in the day. So, one of the more unique things is the idea of a special move. When you are performing a special move on someone, this is something that you are doing to contribute to a famous reputation or something. Cool. It's effectively a specialty. All the specialty is granting you additional dice when you do something very specific. Easy enough to understand. I am trained in storytelling for poems. If I'm recounting poems, I get an additional +2 die. If I am recounting if I am recounting fucking war stories, I don't get that bonus. Easy enough to understand. So, special moves, on the other hand, are a little bit different. So let's look at something like, we'll do Head Bash. Fighting. Opponent's defense total. The hero smashes his head into the opponents, causing a base damage of 3, inflicting 5 or more points of damage, resulting in the adversary falling unconscious for a number of exchanges equal to the effect value. These are special moves that you're effectively doing to try to do something, including jump kicking, trying to catch missiles out of the air, trying to pin someone down, trying to do a quick draw, or maybe just swinging your arms around like a fucking idiot to beat the shit out of everyone. Yeah. That's also an option. There's a handful of different advantages and different, disadvantages that you can take. Mostly advantages but sometimes you get some penalty ones. The way that this is worded is a little bit weird, but it works. You're pretty much spending skill dice. Technically, Corfian does have these, but he just balanced it out here, just to make it easy. Then we have the deed system. The deed system is pretty simple. It's, do you do a favor to someone, you get a bonus for them. It's either going to be minor, it might be colossal, it might be something smaller. Just the idea is that it is good or bad. If you are good, you get a bonus dice. If it is bad, you lose dice. No. And these are mostly in terms of the gods, but you can adapt it to other things pretty easily. Again, increasing dice is expensive, we'll say. If you want to go from 3 to 4, it costs 12 skill points, because it's 3 times whatever the new cost is. 12 character points isn't small. It takes a little bit of time. Roughly speaking, you should be able to increase anything up by 1 every session, though. Something will be increased by 1. However, if it's like, oh, we just want to do skills or something, it's mostly skills. Your actual attributes aren't going to be changing. So here's Hercules. As we can tell, Hercules is a super demigod, effectively, and can do things that are just better than everyone because he's Hercules, for God's sakes. Yes, he does have 15D in fighting. Yeah, he is effectively an impossible superhero. Here's Xena, Warrior Princess. Here's all her abilities. She is better at fighting. This is very important. She is better at fighting than Hercules. However, she does not have the insane bonuses of Hercules. So she has to use her various equipment correctly. Chakrams, longsword, a breast dagger, whips. Yep, During this time, Xena and her fellow warlord Boris, well, mated, producing a son whom Xena named Solan. Mm. Yes, yep. Yeah, she wants to restore her soul. And then you have the other characters. You have Hercules' I believe, cousin. Yeah, this is Hercules' best friend. Gabrielle. We've got the funny merchant man. You want to have a Jockster. You want to have Jockster. You want to play Immortals. You know, Aphrodite, Apollo. Yeah, welcome to the gods, everybody. 980, 90s porn stars, of course. So, we finally get to gear. Finally, we're down to gear, everyone. It's expensive. So, you've got armor. What does armor do at the end of the day? If you have that, you might invest in some armor, turning effects, the protection value of everything you have. You pretty much just have a helmet, a shield, and body armor. You take damage, let's say you take 8 damage, you reduce it by the protection. That's pretty much it. Seem very complicated? No, but sometimes they do have restrictions. Chainmail is pretty fucking awful in that regard. So yeah, but yeah, it's hey everyone, I want to have some, I want to invest in, let's see, arm guards, leather body armor. Yep, those are my things that I have. That's pretty much it. I want to have, no, I can't even have arm guards. Sorry, I want to put a helmet and armor on. That's it. Ta-da! Not exactly the most extensive item list in the world, nor does it need to. There are some fashion statements if you want to make some fashion statements, of course. Of course, codpiece. You know, if you want to invest in that. Why is this here? Who knows? It just kind of is. Luckily, we can invest in a grappling hook. What would we do without that? Hey, you know, you want to buy just marble. You want to buy marbles? You want to buy sacks, torches, cloaks, various instruments. You want to buy a cart? Chariots? All this, like, it's seemingly random stuff, but it's like, yeah, this is stuff that was used in the show, or they might feel is vaguely appropriate. So we're going to look at just the most basic. Corfian's got his longsword. So, the longsword does 4 base damage. So if we actually, let me find, not the chakram, Chobo's club. Where is my longsword? Ah, yes. My longsword, right here. 4, 60 dinars, a weapon speed of 5, kind of more of a special mechanic. So, what's going to happen with a lot of the time when it comes to weapons in general is that you're going to be adding your strength bonuses to things. Hey, how much damage do you actually do? You can do a lot of damage, relatively speaking. Most of them are pretty simple things, if that makes sense, though. Yeah. You want to fight a Minotaur? You know, it's Minotaur. Hey, here's treasures. And yeah, now these are the, like, pretty much sample characters. Hey, I want to play an archer. I want to play a gladiator. I want to play a healer or something. This is also the only artwork in the book. And wow, that's it. Well, again, no, it's not. That's the first part. Secrets of the Ancient World is where the actual game is. They kind of talk about it again. This is mostly for the GM. How do you create heroes, pre-game checklists, and things like that. Pretty simple stuff. So, yeah, heroes experience. Heroes challenge looks. You may be wondering, why does this look so much more like ass? This looks like ass simply due to the fact that this is a poor scan versus the other, which actually had a real scan. Why? I have no idea. It happens. One of the big things is if you become a demigod, things happen, and that's bad. So, attributes, skill descriptions. These are where you also learn about difficulties. Now, difficulties are, a little bit overtuned, let's say. Let's say, for example, let's say the juggling skill requires difficulty 5 to complete. You need a good amount of juggling skill to juggle 4 objects. Almost difficult for a professional in some regards. Or climbing a building with a few footholds and handholds is difficulty 4, but a sheer surface is 6. Yeah. However, physical power again, +1 damage roll per 2d of strength when wielding muscle-powered weapons. Yes, so because core, that's where you get that +2 damage. It's, hey, because my strength is 4, I get a +2 to my damage, so I do 6 damage anytime I swing at you. Some get, vertical. Hey, how much is your vertical? Let's check Corfian's vertical, everybody. Hey, Corfian, guess what time it is? You need to make a strength check. Oh, we're going to let's check. Strength is 4. I've got 4 in my wild die. Let's see what my vertical is. 1, 2, 4-foot vertical, everybody. Not great. Luckily, we've got our lift. We know we can be how heavy we are, awareness, and all. Again, here's a second one. However, the second book here is a little bit more detail. How to actually do things. What's the opposing? What's commanding? What's flirting? It's a lot of little things here instead of anything else. Luckily, when it comes to gaming, as you can tell, technically, I consistently score difficulty 10. We all do. All of us game designers actually score difficulty 10 in the gaming skill. If you've ever made a game, congratulations. You can now pass difficulty 10. You are better than Hercules when it comes to writing a game. How does that make you all feel? Hopefully it makes you feel good. Of course, we can also have giants or leatherworking. Yay. Yes, making pants is quite difficult. Monsters, pantheon, philosophy, a lot of different skills here. Like, this seems a little bit more wonky and things we don't need, but pretty useful to have. This is also a pretty good understanding of like how to create adventures, because the entire concept is, hey, there's always have a goal and like, what are we actually trying to do, and what are the actual encounters that you plan on running? Bypassing a troll, infiltrate strongholds, stealing information, return home. How do we want to do that? What are we doing? Like, what are the adventures going on? the quest, caught in the tight spot of favors, mysteries, things like that. I like them. I think they work pretty well. When it comes to things like thrill scenes of which characters are immediate occurrence, when something is going on, yeah, it's the certain number of seconds thrill scene. The warrior Gallus races across the battle with the intention of leaping in front of his sister to become the target of an archer. He's entered the thrill scene, during which he has 10 seconds to reach a total of 9 using his run skill. For 4D, starts with a base of 4 and must roll at least 5 thunderbolts in the lot of 15 seconds. To reach a total of 9, he needs to make himself a human shield for his sister. Yes, you a certain number of seconds, 10 to 15. That's how you need to roll a certain number, usually between 5 and 15 thunderbolts on the wild die. Yes, the actual mechanic for thrill scenes, which is very funny, is, hey, this is something important and exciting that you need to do. So, okay, you're going to have 15 seconds to just start rolling, just, no, 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 that's 1, 2, like you were literally just speed rolling the dice. It's very funny. And I'm like, that's a mechanic math for the mathematically challenged. Yes, this is now a dexterity game. Hell yes. So, chases. Exciting the simplest way to do this, create a list of various obstacles. So it's kind of like the idea of like, hey, what do you need to do? I need to do things to get away from things. I like this. I think it works fine. It's funny enough. Hey, if you're making an actual character, make a character. Hey, if you want to make extras, extras are really simple because they usually have like 2-3 things. So it's like, yeah, hey, how many character points do you get? Well, usually 1 to 3. Pretty simple. Hand them out if they have any. They might not. Pretty simple stuff. Starting the adventure, running adventures. Ooh. Yeah, subtle loading the dice, judgment calls. Like, it's a very large thing being like, how do you run a TV show? Well, so, anytime you succeed at your adventures, you're going to get character points. Potentially 5 to 20, some fate points, and some fame. Now, mind you, probably not going to get that much because we're running very small ones to begin with, but bigger ones get more bigger ones get more things. Hey, everyone gets, fame points and fate points for accomplishing the adventure. How well did you do? How was your individual performance? How was your cooperation? Did you roleplay well? It's all these things. All these fun and exciting things. So now we have finally reached the concept of getting into fights. Really, it is just a pretty simple way of understanding how things go. It's effectively the idea of you're rolling reflexes on everything. Cool, you might have 1 or 2. Cool, whoever ends up as the highest gets to go first. What can you do? So you can really make a couple actions, and the idea is do stuff on your turn that is interesting. Not necessarily like I roll to hit the person. It's headbutt them, kick them in the dick, slash with a weapon. Use do something. You bash someone. You're slicing someone. You're lunging at someone, leaping over someone. That's kind of the idea. I wouldn't recommend using the weapon speed idea because weapon speed adds on to your initiative to determine your actual initiative. So, next, choose what you want to do and do it. Easy. Alright. That's really all you need to end up doing. normally your defense total is 1, depending on whatever your base defense is. I am fighting you. We are mano a mano, standing directly at one another. What do? I am difficulty 1 to hit each other with it. That is, it's not difficult to actually hit one another. However, we usually can do things to try to get out of the way. So, I don't want to get hit by this attack. I'm going to make a dodge check. With all my dodge skills. Let's see, Corfian's dodge is what? Corfian's dodge is 6, so he's going to grab an additional die. Oh no, I need to dodge. I'm spending my action to do that. I roll my dice. I get 1, 2, 3, 4. I got 4 successes. Now that's my new defense. You now need to beat 4 with your fighting skill. If you want to block something, you're blocking as a weapon skill. That's kind of the idea. Hey, how much damage do you actually do? Base weapon damage plus attack effect minus armor. What does that mean? I have an effect. I roll 3 versus your 1. I have an effect of 2 now. So because I have 2, I wouldn't do this. So let's say, for example, my base damage is 6, and let's say your defense is your defense is 1, and my attack roll is 3. So base damage plus there plus 2 equal 8 minus your armor equal damage. This is pretty much it. It's not too complicated. It's worded a little bit. They word it very... Even distribution, let's go. Yep, and that's literally all you do. It's not too complicated when it gets to moving and, your skill total minus your defense, minus the defense total. Like, it's not difficult. Multiple simultaneous actions if you want to do multiple actions per turn in combat. What you're doing is taking a penalty to all of your actions. So I can attack you twice, but if I attack you twice, that means I am having a -1 on all of my checks. This might be very important. This might be really bad. But if you want to, say, run and attack, that's 2 actions. Yeah, so damage 5, generic adversaries, various. If you want to have like hit locations, don't worry about hit locations, generally speaking. Like thug, ruffy, whatever, goons, if you will. Goons. Do you want a goon? So, yeah, you can add like, oh, it's damage types. It's game master options. I'm like, don't you fucking do this to me, game. You know your shit. So, if you hit 0, you fall unconscious, you can walk or, you're kind of fucked up. If you cannot be offered immediately, you're going to die, and can never be revived. Well, it is very difficult to die in this game because getting healing is quite literally just find themselves in a way to actually help them. If you have, someone's going to have the first aid skill, but usually it's, can we patch you up enough to have you rest? Cool. So yeah, you get like a couple doctors to help you up to actually restore you. Because even here, if we look at knowledge and where's first aid? Yeah, like knowledge, first aid. Corfian still rolls 2 dice for that, and he scored 2 successes. So he still heals you for 2 HP, so you're alive. It's not difficult to heal people. Yeah. Doing it the Herc and Xena way. Yeah. Effectively, the idea behind, like, fighting like Herc and Xena is coming up with bullshit super, like, special moves. That's kind of the joke, almost. Is come up with special moves and ways to do things. Yeah, here's kind of explaining the setting a little bit more in detail. Do you want to learn about ranks? Want to fight some ancient powers, important god stuff? Want to deal with Ares being a little bitch as usual? Xena, you want to go Bacchus? You like Bacchus? Festus? Yeah, Hera is a bitch, plain and simple. Hey, play Hermes as a late FedEx driver on amphetamines. Writing was different back in the day, man. Like, you gotta remember that. Like, early 2000s, or like late 90s, all this shit, different time, different place. Imagine writing this down now. People would lose their shit, I think. Poseidon, we got Zeus. Old man who's led a wild life, fortunately, has now passed into another stage, one to which he seems tired of the adventure and idles away his time with minor bouts of meaningless fun. Yeah, you wanna have no fear, denizens of the ancient world. So, I want to fight a Cyclops. If you want to fight a Cyclops, here is, here's what he has. Like, oh no, you can't be killed by mundane weapons. Utterly destroy the body. Cyclops are pretty fucking scary. So let's try to find an enforcer. Inhuman assassins. Created by Hera to take care of her enemies. Formed from the 4 elements, given the form of beautiful women. Mighty slip of good, the strength of Hercules, and does not sleep, eat, tire, or weaken. Even if you manage to slay one, she will reform moments later, ready to renew the battle. Conceivable encountered anywhere, as long as one is interested in you before letting you get close. Not being a true living creature, enforcers don't eat. So if you want to fight an enforcer, yeah, that's going to have fun with that. Have fun with that 10D strength. Want to fight giants, gorgons, griffins, harpies, hydras, the lizard men. The lizard men. Yeah, there's a little bit of everything. Yeah, you can fight mummies if you want, because you can do that. Why not? Why wouldn't you want to fight mummies? Skeleton warriors! Yeah, get ready for skeleton warriors. Want to find some random treasures? Here it is. So this is Hercules and Xena. Is the game good? It's... How do I want to word this nicely? There was definitely a conversation in the middle of this. In the middle of the creation of this game, there was a conversation somewhere saying, we do not have money. We are running out of money. After this, we have to shutter. We are going to fulfill our obligation and then shutter production. And there are points which feel pretty rushed, which is just like, yeah, you know what the fuck you're doing here. Sometimes it's written as like, you know, it's a little lackadaisical in some places. The system has some unique ways of wording it because I can clearly tell they are trying to write this. The guy writing this wants to write the original WEG. He wants pips, he wants D6s, he wants that. But he has to do it the idea that it's a 3-up success system. And I think that's throwing him off a little bit, so he's like kind of going back and forth, and the target numbers are like, oh, it's this, because technically we have to just improvise. And I think that's, I mean, it's hard to blame him. You know, this is the first of technically a new variant of a system. The company is collapsing currently. You gotta remember that. Company's collapsing. The fact that this game is out, the fact that this game exists in the real world, is proof enough that someone cared. And I think it took a lot of effort to get people to care. So, franchise games, are they going anywhere? No, I don't think franchise games are ever going to go anywhere. I think we're going to see more of them every year. Every year we're going to get a new one. Every now and again we're going to see some, you know, some company put out, you know, the fucking 5e hack of your favorite thing. That's fine. And I don't see it as a bad thing. It's sometimes can get annoying. I like it when a franchise game gives a shit. And I think that's important. Do you care? Because I've read some where it's very clear that they do care. I've read some where they don't give a shit, really. They're just like, you know, there's words on the paper, give me money. In this case, you know, I went over the weird ones. I went over games that are just strange for various reasons. Does that mean they're good? Does that mean they're bad? That means they're different. They're odd. Can you tell me of a good franchise game? If you want a classic, look at the WEG games. Yes, joking, you know, West End games. You had Ghostbusters in there. You had Star Wars D6. I've heard very good things about pretty much every Star Trek game. Of course, Dallas the Television role-playing game. That's just a unique experience for everyone involved. And we're all going to learn. You learn a little bit about yourself looking at Dallas the Television role-playing game. And quickly realizing that it is maybe not the... Maybe this is not the what the wargaming audience craves. But yeah, it's... Generally speaking, when it comes to franchise games, good franchise games take the world and say, hey, do you want to do more with this? I love this world, you love this world, let's live in this world together. It's the worst ones are, I want to capitalize off of this. I do not care what it would be. That's why I'm like, I have really no real burning enthusiasm for fucking Avatar Legends, because Avatar Legends felt really cheap. And it felt cheap because it was like, oh, bending is almost entirely tied to one stat, and bending isn't important really in the Avatar The Last Airbender game, to the point where there is literally fucking the bending is almost a side rule. It's things like that. Little things. You can always tell. But we're going to see more. I think every year, every time you go on Kickstarter, you're going to see some more of it. And there's a reason why I've got about 4 cases of various franchise games we can go over. That's, I think, the funniest part. You always got to remember when it comes to... Anytime you are thinking about, oh, franchise game, understand I have multiple case files. multiple case files are present for that reason. Let's see. Let's check our saved projects. So we're going to talk about our various saved projects on Kickstarter. It's our favorite time of the year. Favorite time of the week, everybody. Actually played the Avatar game for several sessions. Because, like, the thing is, Avatar The Last Airbender should be a perfect fucking setting for a TRPG. Absolute perfect. And I don't know why they didn't do that. It's truly baffling. It is bamboozling. Because it's not like, oh man, like you've got plenty of eras to fuck around with. You got a lot of back lore. You got a lot of logistics lore. I think they bit off more. I think they did the bare minimum. I think they wanted to put out the bare minimum. When people learned about they were doing the bare minimum, they started to rapidly redo some things. That's why some of the wording in the book is really weird. Like, if you really pay attention to some of the wording, it's very funky. Getting the Avatar game out became like there's... Well, yeah, well, the thing is, you gotta remember when it comes to, like, the, like, Avatar The Last Airbender TRPG. This game made $9.5 million. Yeah, like, I don't think people quite realize $9.5 million in this sphere is fucking insane. They wanted 50K. It was way bigger than they anticipated. And that means they gotta put out a bunch of stuff. And they realized, I think a little bit too late, their bargain basement thing was definitely not going to work. So they had to make some changes. And that's why, like, in, like, bending is, like, in the back of the book, weirdly. Yeah, there's some weird ones. But let's see. Obelisk. Again, I'm in for werewhales, man. Fucking, I'm in. Let's see. Ooh, Plays the Monster. That one didn't make it. That's a shame, actually. Reverb. Fuck, man, that one looks like you did pretty well. Frostpunk, of course, Frostpunk made a gajillion dollars. Woodlander, an animal fantasy RPG. All right, cool. Riposte failed. I am not surprised. And Bloodival, a gothic vampire hunter TRPG. I actually found another vampire game that I'm curious about, so we might have to we might have a vampire case on the horizon. Yeah, we've got a couple of these that are waiting on. Again, Reaver looked interesting. It seemed like this is a guy with a lot of soul, let's just say, doing his own thing. He's like, yeah, we're using D14, D16s. You're like, you know what? Fuck it, I'm in, man. Shine on. I am in. Let's see. Let's see what it is. Hey, he made his money. I'm happy. Good on you, man. So, let's go to games. Table games. Sorted by the newest. Let's see what we can find. And 5e, 5e. Okay, new RPG, Jura. Okay. Aesir Japanese, illustrated playing cards with video. Okay. Season RPG, Paragon Curse. Okay. Dead World TCG, I love. A TRPG powered by and fully compatible with Morkborg. I'm gonna kill you. Dabby Goblin runs Epic Heroes. Care Bears X Pog, the gold stand. No. No, absolutely not. Solo only fighting theme elimination dice game. I kinda gotta see that. Like, D&D, I love D&D. F1 corgis. Wolf War. There's more. There's more. Oh yeah. Oh my god. Gears of Fox. Oh my god. It's all the same people again. Hex Maniac fan art. It's just gonna be a giant titty one. Don't lie to me. It's just tell me it's. Just tell me it's just gigantic. Just tell me it's going to be a porno. Don't lie to me. Don't be like, oh no, man, it's actually going to be something high. No, it's tits. Don't lie to me. We're all adults here. You like tits, boobies. Bruh, yes, hell yeah. I'm gonna put Vampire the Masquerade Requiem Vampire Case in Minecraft? No. You don't like Morkborg? Fucking hate Morkborg. I fucking loathe Morkborg because it's barely a goddamn game. And people are annoying about it. People are annoying about Morkborg, therefore I've made it a personal point of my life to say I fucking hate Morkborg. And that's my first little opinion was me on Morkborg, literally declaring, yeah, this game is literally just a, your hatred of Morkborg is hilarious. It's true. It's always been objectively correct. I hate Morkborg. I fucking loathe it. Hate Cyborg even more. Fucking Cyborg. Fucking Morkborg. God. Anytime I see Borg, I see pain. I see red. You know, I wake up I wake up covered in blood and surrounded by chicken corpses. Like, it's not fun. You know, how does it keep happening? Warfront, a fantasy war game in your pocket. Oh, that seems kind of neat. An Australian Outback interactive board game. Walkabout. Please tell me that's not the box. Zerth Handbook for Humans. D10 system. Bear with me. Holy War. Holy War Tactics. Alright, I mean, we're fucking today. Alright. Like, we got shit today. Okay, I'm in. Shadow West. Dark fantasy western for Shadow Dark. And he's from Philly. What a true nightmare. Philly, man. God, I hate Philly. I'm legally obligated to hate Philadelphia. Don't worry. Okay, that's something to work with. Defy the gods. Depths of Abyss, Black Market, strategy game about organ trading. Okay, alright, we're doing it, we're gaming. You want to play the Sword Art Online? Let's go through what we've got. Jura, a brand new world to explore, flying leviathans, lost cultures. Okay. Turtle and Phoenix, first time. Looks like Kylo. Fantasy sci-fi setting. Okay, fantasy sci-fi setting. Shadow Veil. Alright, looks like they've got a pretty good design. Effects of Shadow Veil of Wayne, Blossom Adventure Speed, and journey to reclaim the lost world. Okay, easy enough to understand. Dystopia, Dark Age, and advanced technology. Alright. The Wolf Knights, Bloodthirsty. Bugs. Let's see. Players feel role-playing is genuine. We did a lot of research on true animals, spliced little fun stuff in mythology, assumption about the media. Okay. You know, that's in. Okay. Let's see what positive size of Let's see. So 90 animal choices. Let's see. 16 career path with 2 paths each. Adventures, complete role-playing system. All right. This is definitely someone's persona. All I'm saying is that all I'm going to say is this is someone's fetish. Someone has drawn that raccoon getting fucked. Oh, someone tell you that Cleo joined phase? Yes, I did see that Cleo joined phase. Very interesting. Old or new SAO that isn't abridged. Totally not have a totally not gay friend. Okay, so let's uses warrior paths. Let's see, 6 career abilities, a lot of abilities. Complete role-playing game system. Built from ground, letting players familiar with some personality awareness, physical, mental. Okay, so it's inspired by narrative dice systems, unique narrative symbol-based systems, gives players more options on a single d20 to resolve conflicts. So 4 dice to remember with 5 symbols. So a natural, a skilled, a professional. So a success, a karma, rejuvenation, reduce impose loss, aspect, critical, and a legendary with 3 successes. So success, karma, rejuvenation, success, rejuvenation, critical success. Okay, so creating a dice pool. We got our attribute level. For each attribute level, create a pool of natural dice. For each skill level, upgrade your natural dice and pool to a skill die. If the professional skill dot is filled, add a professional dice. Oh, sweet Jesus. This is... They've got the special die out. They've got the print and play ability cards. 12 months of adventure. Digital miniature STLs. Who the fuck are... Let's see. Thomas D. Marshall. Why does that name sound familiar? That's Turtle and Phoenix. Okay, we'll Portal. Wait, why don't I just click on this? Why don't I just do this? Blue sky. From Indianapolis. Turtle. Gen Con. So it looks like they went to Gen Con and showed it off. This was published today, by the way. I want people to remember that. This was published today, but this was getting... There was a lot of lead up to this. Here. LinkedIn, so it's you. What's your fucking turtle? Yeah, finding anything on this is a little bit complicated. It's not well laid out. Don't need you. So we do LinkedIn, Instagram. They got a Facebook. What am I looking for? I would be looking for... Thomas Marshall, right? Thomas Marshall. I mean, that's not really too much to work with. Thomas Marshall, TRPG. Jura. Where are you? Where are you? Wait, why don't we go back to... Okay, you only have this. Home of the Twilight Age books and games. So, do you have... Hello, you. Page 40 years is live on Kickstarter. And Scrum. Game development. Bitloff. Scrum? Scrum Masters? What the fuck is a Scrum Master? Scrum methodology. The guy that interrupts your work with meetings, they ask you, how's your thing doing? Is there any stopper to it? Yes, the fact that I'm sitting in a meeting instead of working on. The meeting ends and everyone feels tired and awkward. Grammar. All work is the same. Still in agile ceremonies, meetings, and removing blockers from the team. Scrum does not manage the team or the project. In Scrum, the product owner is a single authority counting the value delivery. So, okay, so this guy was literally a meetings coach. Bitloft. Who's Bitloft? Bitloft? Keep indie. Bitloft. Open 2017. Web app development. Consulting to game development. So yeah, this is Keep indie. So Bitloft, open 2017, more, bitloft.com, software engineering, tell me more about bitloft.com, domain went under, let's learn about bitloft.com, everybody. Who did you work for, sir? You may be wondering, Notepad, why are you stalking this man? Because I can. I'm sorry, but you have piqued my curiosity, sir, because it looks like you've got a lot of work here. And I'm curious what this I'm curious. You know, as one does, I get curious about things. Obituary. With I'm craving whatever form that takes, web development, app design, videography, and animation, Indiana Pacers, videography, meet some of our friends. Let's get started at Bitloft. What do you do? Because I don't believe the company is around anymore, or it was acquired by someone, which is... Let's see. It was either acquired or it was murdered. Brownsburg Park website development. A bunch of... More about Bitloft. Tell me more about Bitloft. Let's see. Gamers, nerds. How's over at Player One Esports. Happy's Educator, Quentin Chester, Spencer Hirschberger, Ray Bennett, Brian Scherer, my name was Tom. Then you have Tom. Tom is the president. Tom. Tom. Thomas. That was project management tools integration from 2019. So actually, if you're 2019, so you wouldn't be Tom. So you wouldn't be Tom. You would need to be working. If we go to 2018, we open up this. Tech doesn't have to be a 4-letter word. Powerful tech isn't developed in a vacuum. Cookie cutters are for the kitchen. Oh god, I love website design. Uh-oh. Oh, this is a website, alright. Who's on the team? I love web design. Oh, nope, that failed. Yeah, no, that's, oh, yeah, no, that's failed. Okay. We know this guy worked at a couple startups. Trilesium, development manager. Server managers, division 3. Aka Studios. Patriot missile crew member. Ah, I see. Adjunct, development manager, Scrum related technology. A lot of Scrum stuff. Mentoring, yeah, so BC Forward is his, looks like to be his main IT staffing, consulting, and payroll services. So this is his main job, I think. Justin Christian, Patrick Foley. So he's not on the main, he's not on the leadership team. He's just a program manager and an agile coach. So that's his, he works for these guys actual, like, full time. Like, this is what they do. Who are we? Let's see, do we have any other member in the executive leadership? No. My guess is that she probably serves under the human resources person. That would be my guess. Here's the COO if you want to know where we're working with here. Huh. Leveraging AI. I see. Yeah, alright. They're a consulting firm. That's his main job. This is just his side gig, I guess. Turtle and Phoenix. I guess that's where he is doing it. So yeah. Interesting guy. This is what happens when you have full information about yourself out on the internet, by the way. I want everyone to remember that. It's not difficult to find out who you are. I just Google things. But the Jura seems interesting. They're not asking for a lot of money, relatively speaking. It looks like to be a pretty well put together system. I'm not usually too... I'm not too enthused about about special dice, but I don't like special dice. That is not a me thing. That is a me thing. But yeah, all right. Paragon Cry Fantasy Pen and Paper Tabletop Role Playing Game. Let's see. Oh, I see use of it. Let's see. High fantasy where every rule serves the part. 11 races, 7 classes. Streamlined combat keeps the game moving. Freedom first ability. Tedious tech trees can access all basic abilities right at the start and advance them to go through freedom. 250 abilities. Weapon personality. Loyalty circles. Motivation. All right. Living, breathing economy is built on more than... Hi, I'm Art. Visual scope of the project. Yeah. He's prompting. Okay, he's an Aussie. So that looks interesting. He doesn't really explain what the game is. He just knows that it is, in fact, streamlined. 11 years in the making. Dead World TCG. I love me some TCGs. Fifth Element Tabletop card innovative RPG mechanics. Okay, there's RPG mechanics. Okay, what? As we unique mechanic, one of a kind speed and dice system combines luck with skill. Side deck minimizes randomness and uses an RPG and start like hunting, crafting, and building structures. Build a deck. You have a character, you've got equipment, equipment. Human, hero, robot, monster, vampire, zombie. Build your side deck of characters, wild animals, and lands. You skirmish. Side rolls, attacker and defender while setting the tone for the battle. Would go with booster decks, but you know what? People, fucking Jesus Christ, people, every fucking time I look at this, why do you people always invest in fucking goddamn, why do you do this? Gonna make a 4E hack. He's gonna pay the rights to people instead of paying for art. Shit's expensive, man. Let's see. Primal's a thematic solo only. Fighting themed enemy elimination dice game. Say that 5 times fucking fast. Let's see. Alright, looks like it's just a beat the shit out of monsters. 2 fighters are in the same. You're an XP. Yes, okay. I mean, alright. Seems weird enough. Seems like he's just having fun. $2 prints and play game. Alright, you know, it looks like it's done well. Let's see how well it does. Malleus, Aegis of Honor. Here, give me 1 second. I need to show this to yeah, I need to show this to my my local Spec Marine. Neuroscape, a cyberpunk TCG. Is it AI art? Maybe. It looks like it. You know it's not a good thing. I'm like, yeah, it looks like AI art. And immediately, original art pieces. Is immediately like, yeah, this shit looks AI. Like, optional buys. Download more RAM. Ram cards, Maximilian Gold. They've got a fucking t-shirt. Why do you have a t-shirt? Who are OLA? Neuroscape. Have any of you heard of Neuroscape before? Download the Cyberdeck app on... Who are you working with? Connor Hare, Alex Meter. You have an amazing partner, Raven Studios, full service art studio. Bad Moon, creative outsourcing studio. One stop game developers need art assets and design. Cardi.io, Jank Mats, 12-year foreign trade export, technical authentication and grading. Original, 100% original artists. Obituary, yeah, that's... Connor Hare, yes, we have to look on LinkedIn. First place, hi Stan, Connor Hare. Connor, yeah, Connor Hare. So if we do Connor Hare, actually, where are you? You are in LA. So if we use search all people, search all people and results. We want to do New York, San Diego, New York. A Wimbleway, a Wimbleway, a Wimbleway, a Wimbleway. In the jungle, the man of the jungle, the lion sleeps tonight. Co-creator, who would you be? Who would you be? This is the immediate one, but I know that's not you. That's not, that can't possibly. Neuroscape, Alexander Meter. I guess we have to look here because it looks like he must be the main guy. There is this. There is the... Oh, I guess, are they YouTubers? No, I think it is literally just Neuroscape. Alexander Meter, Neuroscape. Alex Meter, filmmaker turned game designer. Hello, Mr. Meter. How do you do, Monsieur? Let's see what you've been doing. Video team Forge 54, co-founder Perception Squared. Neuroscape 2023, freelance director for film and advertising. Okay, so if that's that, because if we find Neuroscape on here, we can look at people. LinkedIn, so that would be, if that's Connor Hare, award-winning actor, writer, yeah, okay, we get that. So you would have to be... Yeah, that has to be Connor Hare. Blue 3, filmmaker, cyberpunk, game, born and raised in... SFI 2009 filmmaking graduates. Due to the pandemic, due to sort of the film, we're pivoting to creating a cyberpunk physical trading card game. Yeah, so Kettle fucking Film Institute. What the fuck? Why are we finding such strange and marvelous creatures tonight? I have a... Okay. Okay, Connor Hare doesn't seem to be anywhere, so I think Meter is the main guy behind things. So, it's a TCG that people obviously want, right? People obviously want this TCG. Am I out of the loop? Let's see. Mad as Hell, Capitalist Demon Hunting RPG. Oh. Ugh. Now it's Soul Muppet. Demons are Don Rudo. Okay, we get it. Warfront, a fantasy war game in your pocket. Alright, looks like it's a nice little card game. One box, one battlefield. Alright, that looks kind of interesting and interesting enough. I mean, that seems... You know what? I'm gonna... I'll link that in there. Seems interesting enough. Can't wait for that. What? Yep, no. That is... No, Zerth, Handbook for Humans. Vigorous work, creature stamina pool. Any of the other games we play. So after 20 years of testing and fashioning the perfect Holy War battlefield tactics is brought to life. House of Saul, the Holy War. House of David. Yep, this is... Alright, Tim Dome goes a pastor at Lutheran, Missouri, synagogue in Atlanta, Georgia. He and his ever-patient wife have 5 sons and 1 girl. The artistic genius by George Gaines, songwriter, musician, and furniture plant manager in Texas, is blessed with an amazing... So... Jay Wendland is the brother of another mother, who is the logistical financial genius behind the project, blessed with a patient and awesome wife, considered to be the most awesome of all the Drogue boys. Literally, it is just a bunch of boys doing stuff. Aldre, okay, defy the gods. Oh, Jesus. Okay, black markets. Big nerd. Alright, Heartcode Games. No, Sweden. I'm just a happy guy who made the Organ Market game in Sweden very... let's see. Now we too can play Sword Art Online in a tactical adventure game. Want to buy the acrylic standees, everybody? The Alicization game with Yugo and Alice? Yugo. Me oh my. My oh me. Me oh my. My oh me oh me oh my. No, go back. Keto. No! 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 We are not going back to that game. I saw that PBTA. I know what it was going to be. No. I'm gonna get mad, and then everyone will be mad at me. GB Hunter STL. Wow, never... What could this possibly be? Let's see. This is what happens when you... Orcs Gone Wild. Orcs Gone Wild. Let's see. Do we have anything else fun and exciting to look at? Probably not. Yeah, I'm not seeing. I'm not. Yeah, we've seen some of these before. So let's look. Neurodive Origins. No, please don't. Yeah. It's based on the True D6 system. Finally, I can play my isekai slop RPGs. Finally, what would we do without my own slopakai? I love slop. I love slop. Let's see. I need more slop. Give me the slop. What I live for. What I love. I need it. Fucking stab it into my heart. Ew. Oh. Well, yeah, I'm not seeing. Yeah, I'm not seeing things too exciting. Yeah, I'm not seeing anything on it. Why? God, what was the game found? I think we have to game found. I'm supposed to look at now. See what's indie this war of mine, the board game. Yeah, this is one I need to talk about because that's coming out, sort default, sort newest. Filters, crowdfunding. Okay, apply. Let's see, do we have anything? Yeah, it's just Gothic, the Shadows quest, and the escape game. I'm a millionaire game. So, what's the Gothic Shadow Quest game? Can I too play Gothic? It's a board game. Finally, what would I do without being able to play Gothic on the table now? Truly, the Germans do everything to impress me. First time on Game Found? What does this mean? What is crowdfunding? Is not a store, project preview, campaign launch, pledging, shipping, pledge manager. Yeah, this is Zio Geo. So, this one's a little bit... Zio Genesis is a little bit interesting. It's got its money, I'm not surprised. They did not need 35k, though. I can tell you that right now. Crime Goons. There's a game called Crime Goons. Hail Zio. Zio Genesis is interesting. We've looked a little bit into it. We read some bits about it. We went over it once in the server, and it was interesting enough there's another part of me where I asked some other war game people about it, and it was burning hatred from almost the first half second. Uh, but yes, it's very much Warhammer at home. Yeah, there's a couple weird notes on this for wargaming people, mostly with like the attacks and damage die. That's very confusing. So I didn't much care for that. Activation modes seem interesting, just very. There's a lot of things in this game that are very poorly explained, or if they are explained, they are not in at great. And that's what they were saying anyway. I do not know. I do not play that many war games, so my opinions might be a little stretched in that regard. But people are buying it. That's one thing. Seems to be more like a skirmish game though, so that might influence people's opinions. So those towel look cool. It's reminds me a lot of Infinity, for better or for worse. Not mechanically necessarily, but just the vibe, I guess. But yeah. All right. We've been doing about 6 hours now. It is 9 o'clock for me. I am going to call it here. Thank you all for watching. I will see you all on the other side, probably tomorrow night. But do you want to learn Infinity? Maybe, maybe not. I don't know. Half-Life now. Half-Life tomorrow, probably. We'll probably do Half-Life tomorrow. But yeah. The zappings will wake me up. Yes, we'll try to beat Half-Life tomorrow. It'll be fun. I think so anyway. So, we'll call it here. Thank you. Godspeed. Good luck.